Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Alright, I'm just gonna be starting off right now. This is Scorn. This is one of the games that, I hope they don't pull a remodded Broken Porcelain. If they actually pull a remodded Broken Porcelain, that's gonna suck, and also, it's gonna waste me a lot of money because this game is like $30. And it's I hope that they don't pull a fucking remodded Broken Porcelain. If they actually did a remodded Broken Porcelain by pushing the date forward and then having the game being a bad fucking game, yeah, that's what it is. But yeah, this is Scorn. This is like one of the new horror games that is supposed to come out, like, if I'm not mistaken, last year or this year. I don't know. Like, I remembered it being like either this year or last year, but I'm not too sure. But yeah, anyways, I'm just gonna be waiting it out for a bit, and we will be starting it out. I'm just gonna look at the Discord real quick, because I'm gonna look at the Discord real quick. Hmm. Okay. I'm still gonna wait for other people to actually come in because, some people might want to come in and actually watch. Some people might not want to come in and actually not watch. Who knows? But I really want to try to actually play this game. This game is pretty cool. I don't even know if I'm. Am I live? Am I actually live? I am definitely live, right? Yeah, I'm definitely live. It's just, just gotta wait it out for a bunch of people to actually come in, which is all right. I get how it is. And also, this game is like a new game, and that like a lot of people want to avoid or want to see people play. So it's kind of all right, I guess. Anyways, um, gonna start off with the game right now. Okay, start off with Scorn. Wake up, wakey wakey. Probably it's just gonna be me, myself, and I who's gonna be experiencing this game. But you know, I guess it is what it is. It is what it is. Cool right off the bat. Pretty gory. Seems gory at least. Oof. Oofus. Well, rip to this guy. Omega lol. He tried his best. That's all I could say. He tried his best. He was like, yeah, I'm just gonna climb up. And he tried his best. Alright. Cool game right out of the bat. It just looks like Doom. It surprisingly looks like Doom and Agony. But I don't... Slash? Is that Slash? What is this? What do I do with this? What? So can I interact with stuff? Hold on. Use this left mouse. Oh. Oh, I guess so. Okay. Yeah, it just looks like Doom and Agony, but I really hate Agony. But I really like Doom, so it could be the both together. I don't even know how it's like, and it looks like a really cool spaceship for now. Pretty detailed spaceship as well. Like, holy crap! Look at the details in this game. How do I? Okay, wait, hold on. Aim, fire, cancel. You have reload, weapon 1, 2, 3, heal. Oh, so it's like a fucking Doom game, I guess. It's somewhat of a Doom game, but you can't really crouch at all. What, spacebar? Switch. Switch is a spacebar? Really? Huh. This is interesting. Yeah, it's just an interesting... Wow. Interesting set of keys, I guess. So you don't use space to jump. And there's no jumping in this game. This is very interesting. Okay. Yeah, it just looks like Doom and whatever it is together. It looks neat. Looks like what it is. Nope. I do not want to go there for now. Let's go here. That's very interesting. Hello? Oh, I can open up here. Wow, holy crap. Look at his fucking body. He doesn't even... He has feet, at least. That's what I could tell Benny. Benny! He has feet! Look at his feet! What the fuck? His body looks so weird, but it's cool at the same time. I like it. Okay. What is this? Oh god, no. Oh, that's just a weird injection. Or implant, I guess. So I can fire, huh? But I guess that's for later, because, like, there is a fire mechanic in this game. Any good? How you doing, Kyle? I mean, it's alright so far. Like, if you're talking about the game is kind of alright so far. It looks as it is right now. It just looks like you're in a weird, I don't know, some kind of simulation, I guess. Oh, you can actually, okay, so you can open these two up. Ah, I see. I mean, the concept is there so far. I mean, you have all these, like, weird, skelly-like structures. It's supposed to be, like, very psychological horror-like, like some kind of, deep sleep kind of thing where you just, you know... Put both my hands in there. What is this? Yeah, it just looks like an interesting project so far. I have nothing to say about it so far, other than it's like an interesting project, and like, it's more of like you don't know what you're getting into as well, because you literally do not know what you're getting into at this moment in time, other than the fact that the keybinds looks interesting at least. Yeah, it just looks like an interesting game project so far. No more, no less. Just looks like an interesting game project. Maybe you could put your imaginary dick into there, I guess. You don't even have a dick. And this guy is just like all muscles and all muscles have, there's bones, that's for sure. It's just like it's just a weird game. Would it be said that it's like fucking deep web game, dark web game, probably. So I only can interact with this. Unless... What? Interesting. Hey Elder. Hope you're doing well.
Sing it. Vagina.
Who you
Vagina. Vagina. Vagina.
Leave!
Vagina.
Who told you you can play big boy games, Han? I don't think you are old enough to play this.
Well, I'm old enough to play with your mom anyways. Leave, thank you for the 11-month resub, much appreciated. Hope you have been doing well. This big boy game is kind of confusing right now because I don't know what to do. It looks quite confusing so far. Because I don't know what the purpose of the game is. There's like no purpose. I don't know what the purpose is. Yeah, I hope you guys are doing well. I've been playing this game for about like 10 minutes or so. Do you have the GIMP guy? The GIMP guy? What the fuck is a GIMP guy? I have this thing. This thing looks like a vagina, I guess, but I don't even have a dick. So I can think about an imaginary dick just putting into this weird ass looking vagina. I guess? I don't know. It just looks like a fucking GIMP. There. It's just all muscle. All muscle, no penis. Like I said, this game looks very interesting. But my problem with this game so far is that I don't know what's happening. It's just a bunch of like, you know, if you go to like all muscle no penis, yeah. If you go to like, I don't know, like a science museum of some sort, it just looks like this. It just literally looks like this. Like, there are parts in game. I mean, there are parts in like a science experiment, and this looks like a fucking science experiment. So there's like no jumping. There's a shoot. And there's no instructions of what you're given. Your face is a science experiment? Shut up. You're a science experiment alone. Look at this. It's just a combination of like Doom, Agony, and Amnesia. But they don't tell you what to do, like legit. This does not look at like a science experiment. Are you high? I mean, it looks like those in like a museum where you just interact with items, you know? It just looks like that. Whose science experiment looks like this? In the science museum, duh. If you go to the science museum, that's what it looks like. Cause it literally looks like a science museum. Yeah, it just looks like a fucking science museum. You're not even given a map. So, what gives? It's so weird. This game is weird now. Look. I'm gonna put my fucking hand in there. Look. It's a science experiment. Duh. This is like Alien versus Predator. You delusional mofo. Any science museum that looks like this is silent. Yes. Of course. Oh shit, a skull. You actually have a skull thing right here. Cool. Anyways. What the hell is going on at the Burger King? I don't know. The Burger King looks weird right now. How you doing, Global Reset? I don't know. Like, all I can say about this game is that it looks like a fucking... I don't know. Like, it does look like Alien vs Predator, that's for sure. But like, look. Look at how weird this game is right now. Just like that science museum. It looks like one. Okay. So I guess my objective is to unlock this door, or some sorts. I don't know. How about up here? What is up here? Ooh. Interact with this. What the flying fuck am I looking at? There's like 2 places that I need to look at. 1, 2, 3. Okay. What? It's a fucking SCORN, more like Sporn, softcore porn. Yeah. Both were inspired by H.R. Geiger's artwork. I see. It's in Cambodia. I guess it's in Cambodia. How you doing, Xeon? What the flying fuck is this? So am I supposed to be pushing a cart here? Oh god. I guess I'm supposed to be pushing a cart later on. But I don't even know what a cart is. There's like no cart. You playing Classic Raf? What the fuck is Classic Raf? I don't play WoW, you dummy. You think I actually you think I actually play WoW? WoW player. I also knew you were gay. Shut the fuck up. WoW people play fucking... No, sorry. WoW people are gay. Alright, how about that? People who play WoW are gay. WoW gay. Anyways. What's wrong with being gay? Liking penises, that's why. That's what it is. You like penises. Huh? Like penis? 18 naked cowboys, of course. It's all about the 18 naked cowboys, man. Finally, I'm getting out of here. I'm getting somewhere, I guess. Variety is the spice of life. Nice. Nice. Okay. I guess I'm in a different area right now. The fuck is this area? Holy fuck. What in the fuck is this? Huh? Everyone is at least 10% gay? Nice. That's how much you like cock! What in the fuck am I looking at? What? I'm moving eggs around? Okay, I see. So what am I moving to? Or what thing am I moving? Am I moving this thing? Guess so. Oh. What? This is like a fucking crazy fucking thing of like, is it like a crazy fucking machine for cars or whatever that fucking what you call that game called? I don't know. This autosexuality. What the fuck, autosexuality? What the fuck? Oh, that's a... Okay. So it only stops here. What? What if I use this then? What the fuck am I? Huh? What? I don't know what to do. What? I'm not gay, all except when I look in the mirror. I think I would fuck a clone. That's probably gay. It's probably gay that you're gonna fuck your own clone. That's probably gay. Yeah, that's probably gay. I'm pan, so I don't care if I'm gay. How you doing, anime crap? Hope you're doing well. I have no idea what the fuck am I doing. Like, I'm legitimately looking at this. I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. Bread sexual, of course. What the flying fuck? Bruh. I guess I can move this ball. Also, if you're gonna ask me what this game is all about, I can't tell you what this game is all about. I don't know what the fuck this game is all about. Like, I'm gonna be legitimately honest, I don't know what this game is all about. I probably could look it up on the Steam store real quick to check what this game is all about. It's part of my sexual narcissism. What the fuck? What the flying fuck? Is that an edgelord game? Edgelord game. Yo guys, I'm fucking edgelord, bros. This is my dream in this fucking universe. Art is better than gameplay. I guess. Die. Fuck. Yeah, I legitimately think that this is like a science museum kind of thing, you know? Fucking putting all these shits right here. I don't even know what this science museum is all about, you know? It seems like Dune 2016 puzzles. It looks like that, yes. I did mention about this. It looks like fucking Doom and Agony and fucking Amnesia, but like a really fucking weird one. Say the least. Hold on, I need to actually look at the fucking... Okay, I'm gonna look at the fucking Steam page real quick and see what this fucking game's all about. Was that Lust for Darkness? SCORN is an atmospheric first-person horror adventure game set in the nightmares universe of odd forms and somber tapestry. Huh. That's it. What? I don't understand. I already don't understand. Just without tits? Without tits, yes. It also could look like that, I guess. HR Geiger. Yeah. But then again, I don't know. I still do not know what the fuck am I doing. Like, what's the whole purpose of this? I'm just gonna think that I'm supposed to be dragging this fucking whatever ball sack thing, like this ball sack thing. Yeah, I'm just gonna fucking drag this ball sack thing, this lit up ball sack, towards where it's supposed to go or some shit like that, because I don't know what's happening. And it looks like I'm already stuck. Aight. Okay. Yeah, I'm already stuck. What the fuck? Okay, hold on. This is a 4 block. What the flying fuck? That's a 4 block. I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. Oh. Okay, I think I know how to get this around. Okay. So now my thinking is that I'm supposed to use this thing. And get it up here. I think. I have no clue. I'm just saying this right now. I have no clue. This is making me want to change game already. Like, weirdly enough. Like, okay, cool. SCORN is a game. What the fuck do you do? That's all I'm gonna say. Like, what the fuck am I supposed to do? Fuck is this puzzle? I don't know. Like, do you think I would know what the fuck this puzzle is? I don't. The only thing that what I'm doing right now is I'm maneuvering fucking balls at the moment. You're a mid-puzzle dude. How am I a mid-puzzle dude? I don't know. This is like weird. Balls, yeah, balls. I'm just moving balls around. That's all I'm gonna say. Maybe I'm supposed to move this thing. Like this weird fucking thing that has a light on, like so. Is this the ball to go here? Okay, yeah, it is the ball to go there. Wait, hold on. Huh. Am I stuck? Very cool puzzle that I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Like always. Okay. Okay. Oh wait, hold on. Maybe I'm supposed to put this here. Yeah, so now here's the question. How am I gonna maneuver this over? How am I gonna maneuver this over? I can't maneuver this fucking thing. What? Like this? I guess it's like this. Oops. I guess. There we go. Alright, that's a puzzle. That's a puzzle of it. That's so shit! There. That's it. Move away. Okay, let's see if this shit works. If it doesn't work, I don't know. And you're supposed to use this claw thing. I'm thinking you're supposed to get an egg from it. Yeah, see, you're supposed to get an egg. That's what you're supposed to do. Okay. So there is a purpose. But what is the purpose of this? I don't understand. Purpose? Purpose. Yes, purpose. I don't know. The purpose of this is like fucking shit and trash. I don't even understand. I like how they don't even give you any kind of fucking like thing at all. They don't even give you like a fucking synopsis. They just throw you in the game, make you figure yourself out. Where are these? Where are these guys? I hear them. Where the fuck are they? Are they just here? Where the fuck are they? Yeah. Where the flying fuck are they? Hold on. It's not here. Are they just in like the inner, like the outer ring of this area? I guess it's the outer ring. No, it's right there. It's right there. I see them. You see? They're just there. Okay. How do I? Okay. There. So I guess that's what I was supposed to do in the first place, was to get these fucking dudes and then put them in a cart. But I don't know what the fuck afterwards. Look at them, hello. I guess these guys are ready to go. Jesus Christ, what the flying fuck? Hey Rachel, hey Shy, what the flying fuck? I'm more confused than SCORN. I don't know what the fuck am I doing with this game. This game is fucked up weird. It looks like a fucking science museum gone wrong. SCORN. SCORN, yeah. Hey Ravinsky, did they pay you well for the model of the bad dragon? What the fuck? What bad dragon? I don't understand. How you doing, Ravinsky? But yeah. All I'm gonna say is that I'm confused on what this game is all about. I've been playing this game for like 30 minutes. I'm already confused of what this game is all about. Don't get stuck. I was almost stuck for like 20 minutes until I knew what to do. Okay. I guess. Okay, hold on. Corn toy. I know what it is. I know what Bat Dragon is. I've had people talking to me about Bat Dragons. Don't worry. But yeah, it's such a weird game. I don't know. It's like, more or less, I don't understand what the fuck is going on. Like, I guess I know what is going on, but also at the same time, Juo likes Bad Dragon. I don't have any Bad Dragons, nor I like Bad Dragons. Or nor do I like Bad Dragons. Hello, little buddy. How are you doing? You look like the one guy from fucking... Do you want one? I don't want one. Would you say no if someone offered you one? Yes, I would say no if someone offered me one. Cause no. I don't know. I legitimately don't know. I'm just looking at this shit right now. Streamer is a dildo user. You're a dildo user. How are you doing, PJ? Too bad, buddy. Too bad, buddy. I don't have anything for you to do other than just to push you towards places. Yeah, I'm just gonna push you towards places. I'm sorry. I have no idea what's happening to you. Seems like a cool thing that you're kind of fucked. They sell flashlights too. Yeah, I know. Fucking Amai owns one. He said he has the whatever, the fucking Gorgon pussy or whatever it is from Stranger Things. I don't know what it is. But he said about that and I was like, huh. Alright, little buddy. It's time for you to get transported into this little fucking, I don't know, shell thing, I guess. Yeah, let's put you in a shell. Is that some furry shit? What do you mean furry shit? The Gorgon pussy or this thing? If you're talking about this thing, maybe. Like, maybe we're making a furry out of this guy right here. Hello, guy. Do you want to be a furry? Do you want to be a furry? Oh god, Jesus Christ. Okay. Yeah, like I said, I don't know what the fuck the purpose of this game is. All I know is that, like, it's a game. That's it. I just know it's a horror game. Or some kind of psychological horror game where you fucking do stuff. Oh no, did I... Okay, my real question right now is that did I actually fuck it up? Yeah, my weird question right now is that did I actually fuck it up? If I fucked it up, whoops, I guess. I don't know how I fucked it up, but I probably fucked it up. Hold on. Oh, I got a fucking hand, I guess. What's this achievement? Hand in hand. There's 12 achievements for this game. 11 of them are hidden. I just got a hand. What the fuck am I supposed to do with a hand, bro? Look, I got a fucking hand. Look. Slap all around, I guess. Time for me to use an extra hand for fucking masturbation, I guess. I don't know. Do I need 2 hands? He fingered it like how he fingered pussy. What the fuck? This is, okay. I guess so. Sure. Okay. Here. Have a hand. That's how you finger. It was like someone fingering I don't know. How do you finger pussy in the first place? I'm very... Guys, how do you finger pussy? I'm a visual learner, by the way. What? What? Yeah, I'm more confused than, excited about this game now. Because I was like, yeah, this game's cool. Probably they'll tell you what to do in this game. Nope, they don't tell you. They just give you a bunch of fucking objectives to do, and then it's like, yep, that's it. You slap your slap her tits and then stick in a what? This is the second person that asked me if I'm feeling scorned. I am not. I am feeling confused. I'm feeling confused more than ever. How are you doing, Left? Unless you don't want to get her pregnant, then you pull out and what? 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 Anyways. Okay. Am I supposed to? Okay, wait, hold on. Not as scorned as you as about being asked you. Like I said, this is the second person who asked me if I'm scorned, and I'm like more confused than scorned. Cause I don't know what the fuck is going on in this fucking game. Unless I really soft locked myself. Then I'm kind of screwed, right? But other than that, I don't know how screwed I am. Are they gonna give me another shell? That's all I'm gonna think about. Am I gonna get another shell? In that case, I'm gonna be shell shocked. They're gonna give me another shell. Look, he's also barefoot as well. See, barefoot and with a fucking gimp suit. There's that thing. Wait, no. Actually, here's the question right now. Do you feel scorned? This is the third person who asked me! Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up, Juho. No, just win. It's not that hard. True. How you doing, Schneck? Hope you're doing well. This is the third person! I watched a movie that taught us the method of asking a girl out. You ring her doorbell and immediately tweak the nips. But you have to do it. You have to be confident. If you hesitate, you will get slapped. Shush! Why not you do it then, Revinsky? How about you do it instead? Hold on. Okay. Okay, now the question right now is, wait. Oh, wait. Oh, maybe that's a key. Maybe I'm supposed to be doing a key or something. This game looks like it belongs in Darkseed. Sure. Looks ass, not gonna lie. I don't know. I honestly want to say that I do not know what the fuck this game is all about. And I don't know what am I supposed to do. All I can tell you is that I have a hand. And then what I've been doing for the whole time is that I've been doing like puzzles, but not knowing what the puzzles are because it's just ass. And wait, what is this company? Oh, what? Epps Software. Okay, this is their first this is their first game. Yeah, surprisingly that's their first game. And I thought they are the fucking, I thought for a sec that they are the developers for Agony. If it's the developers for Agony, I'm just gonna fucking like get out of here and refund the game, honestly. But like, holy shit, dude. I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. I only know that I'm supposed to get a hand, and that's about it for now. Like, what? I got a hand. Probably works for a handy, but I don't know what a fucking hand do. Would do, sorry, would do. Step bro, yo, step bro, I have a hand, I'm stuck. Look, this guy doesn't even have a penis at all. I can twist the dick. I mean, yeah, but like, what dick am I supposed to twist? Duh. That's like the main question right now. What the fuck? What dick am I supposed to twist with one hand? Which I don't know what fucking to do. I don't know what to do. 18 naked cowboys. Showers at ram range. Maybe I did this wrong. I don't know. Global reset music. Oh shit. Oh shit. What did global reset music do to you, man? Well, I don't even know if there's a mod in here. If there's no mods, then I'll do it myself. You gave your hand out too early. Yeah, what the fuck? Yeah. Yeah, what the fuck, Ravinsky? Rip viewers. Well, it's only for like 10 minutes, so wait, hold on. Yeah, you have any do you have any last words, by the way, Smile? Okay, that's your last word. 600 seconds. There we go. Cool. Anyways, let's put this hand inside that weird pussy thing, I guess. Can I open this up now? There you go. See? I see. So you're supposed to put the hand there. Okay. Oh shit. What the fuck is going on? Okay. Can I get the hand back though? I can't get the hand back. Okay. So I guess this is the way forward then. Okay, cool. What is this now? It's so weird, it doesn't even say anything at all. Like, you're supposed to do a lot of puzzling and that's about it. You're level 69 in WoW, no one gives a fuck. Anyone who gives a fuck is like your mom and that's about it. Alright, what the fuck is this? New area, I guess. Okay. Now your mom gives a my mom doesn't give a fuck. Your mom gives a fuck. My fuck. Wow. She's under my desk sucking my dick right now. She went to fucking Norway to do that? Damn, bro. Damn, bro. I didn't know you bought... No, sorry. You flew her to Norway. You flew her to Norway. Dude, I didn't get my hand holding. How's that? What the fuck? What do you walk into? How are you doing, TPN? Bio TPN? You walk into scary stuff, I guess. I don't know. It's SCORN! This game is a weird kind of game that looks like out of this world, and it's like, I don't know, it's very confusing. That's all I could say. It's very confusing rather than stop playing video games, do your chores. Okay, you need to shut the fuck up with that fucking thing. One more time when I hear, do you feel scorned? I will fucking ban the person. I'll ban whoever says, do you feel scorned next. Alright? Because I'm Chinese! I'm from Singapore. I'm from Chinese. Shut the fuck up, Leaf. What? People are just gonna be like, bai he chi pian. I see. Shut the fuck up, Leaf! Shut the fuck up! Okay, I got this thing. Yeah, man, nabe tibai. Yeah, nabe tibai. How dare you? How you doing? How you doing? Buy her TPN. Also, Double D with the 22-month reset. What the fuck? Horseman say funny thing. Haha. I say funny thing. Haha. Lanjiao streamer. Shut the fuck up. Double D, thank you for the 22-month reset. Much appreciated. Holy shit, 22 months. It's like a fucking long time. Hope you've been doing well. How's your teaching gig? How's your teaching? Just waiting for it to be over. And you? I am playing this game. I don't know what the fuck this game is all about. I legitimately, I'm just gonna be telling you, like, I don't know what the fuck this game is all about. I see, I see stuff. I do stuff. That's about it. Looks like 4. You're 4. Anyways. I guess that opens up whatever it is. V word? Yeah, the V word. Teaching is chaotic, but it's also getting but also is getting married. That's good. Congrats again. Poggers. Can't wait to see you around again. Like, honestly. I came out from here? I came out from here. That's a bunch of people right here. Damn, bro, that's titties! Yo! Titty. Booba. Booba for them titties. There's more titties. Rip these guys, dude. Yeah, rip these guys, man. Anyways. Damn, what the flying fuck. Yeah, thank you for the follow again. Much appreciated. Okay, I guess I'm supposed to go out from here. Because, I don't know, this place was opened up. It could be a cuddle pile, to be fair, though. So I opened this fucking place up. Is it this place or this place? This place. Huh? Wait, what? Wait, I opened this place up, so what am I doing?
Sing it. Vagina. Vagina.
Angry Nick with the 13-month resub.
Vagina. Vagina.
Vagina.
Hide you ho, I'm catching you early,
Tadao. Thank you for the 30-month resub, much appreciated. Hope you've been doing well, Angry Nick. If you wanna ask why am I doing this game, I do not know what the fuck am I doing in this game. I legitimately am gonna tell you I don't know what the fuck I'm doing in this game, rather than I don't know. What? Oh wait, hold on. This game too much for me? It is. It honestly is, because it looks like a fucking weird ass game that I do not understand what the fuck is going on. Yeah, this game is new. This game just came out like today, like an hour ago. Like this game actually came out like an hour ago, and that's about it. Meet Hellscape, I guess. But like I said, I don't know what the fuck is going on. I'm looking at this game right now. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Okay, I put this thing there. What gives? What gives now? No wonder you're stuck. Yeah, no wonder I'm stuck. Or else I'll be Googling on what the fuck am I supposed to do in this game. But I'm not, because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing in this game. And there's no fucking guides at the moment for this game. I don't think I need to climb up that thing. Do I? Hold on. Yeah, I don't think I need to climb that thing up. Because it was supposed to maneuver this fucking bulb thing. I switched it on, and then it unlocked this area, but I can't go anywhere in this area. Like, see? I don't think I can go anywhere in this area. So it unlocks here, but I have no clue what to do. Hey Nick, makeup. Yeah, let me actually go like this way then. Okay. What? I legitimately have no clue. Wait. Am I supposed to get like one of the bulbs or some shit like that? God, so many holes and cock-shaped stuff. Geiger would be proud, yes. This is actually a H.R. Geiger inspired fucking game anyway, so there's that. Okay. Maybe I'm supposed to find another bulb then. Yeah, maybe I'm supposed to find another bulb. I don't know. Insert the Ringo in the ride it. I don't even know if I can ride it anyways. Yeah, I can't even ride it. Everything looked the same, has looked the same. Yeah, true. How are you doing, Will? I'm actually like super confused. Hold on. Maybe I'm supposed to get another bulb, but where do I get another bulb? Okay, give me a sec. Okay, I can't interact with this. There's probably something else that I can interact with. I can't see it yet. Touch every meat hole you find? Yeah, I'm trying to do that. I'm trying to fucking touch every meat hole that I find anyways. A gun? What? Well, at least I made progress. At least I made progress. What the fuck? Okay. So can I go there now? Or is that what it is? Wait, hold on. Excuse me. Excuse me again. Is Doom with dildos? It could be. It could very well be like Fucking Doom with dildos, I guess. Put my gun here? No. Can I shoot this thing? What? Fuck me. It's a fucking whatever dildo it's called. I don't know. Dude, look, it looks like a fucking, you know the fucking cam girls that have these kind of fucking contraptions? It just looks like that. Dude, it looks like that contraption. Dude. What the fuck? Looks like a sex toy? Yeah, it just looks like a fucking sex toy. Motorized ding dong? Yeah, the motorized ding dong. Like I don't understand what the fuck is going on. I just have a fucking motorized ding dong. You sure this game is Twitch safe? I mean, if you have a fucking stream title, I mean stream game for it, then yeah. Or Twitch game for it, then yeah. What? Angry. Really? Hot tub stream? Where Booba? There's Booba. Oh, there's more. Okay, yeah, there's more fucking pods. At least I know that there's more fucking pods. How you doing, Erna? Balls. They're lit up testicles, that's for sure. Look at that. Oh shit! Wait. If I were to... Oh wow, it actually hurts me. Okay, sure. Fuck you then. Oh bitch. How do I heal in this game? Whatever. Hey, go fuck yourself. Wait, they actually do come back? Damn, okay. But still, my question is, what the fuck is this thing? And what opened? That thing opened? No. Nothing opened. From my side, nothing fucking opened. Unless I have to do this all over again on another side. Maybe? I guess? Hold on. Do I have to do it on this side? I have to do it on this side as well, okay. Freak official. Thank you for the very much appreciated. Hope you have been doing well. How's it going? My name is Juho or Ju Horse. Oh, last making music? That's cool. I mean, I'm serious about what the fuck is this thing anyways. You guys do not know, my name is Juho Ju Horse. I am a horse speedrunner. I am also in a hot tub at the moment with boobies. And I speedrun a lot of horror games. I run a lot of horror games and variety games. I also am a horror game connoisseur. Because I love horror games, I guess. Hope you've been doing well. Also, how are you doing, sis? Hope you are doing well as well. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Okay, so I guess right now I can actually put these fucking bulbs in. Yo, what up, freaks? Hope you are doing well. feel like it's gonna be a reoccurring question. I mean, of course, duh, because this fucking game is so fucking weird. I don't know what the fuck am I doing this whole time. Do you think I know what the fuck am I doing this whole time? I don't. Turn the wheel. Plugged it out. Plug that butt plug out, I guess. And stick it in. Butt plug now sticked in. It's stuck. Sticked in? Stuck in. Oh. I need to remember it's not fucking whatever it is. It's... What's my... Okay, wait, hold on. Question. Can I rebind the controls? Hold on. Fuck off. I need to rebind the controls real quick. Run use. I need to change use to E. Q is my fucking Q, I think. I think I want to use H. Q or H. Either way. It doesn't really matter. Okay, cool. There we go. The heal button? Yeah, I wonder how you heal. I don't even know. You fucking heal anyways. I need to see if like other people have been like fucking having troubles with this game, because this game is like more or less like a game that you could have troubles in. Oh wow. Did I die? Did I fucking die? Okay, I didn't die at least. Oh no, my hand is fucking moldy as fuck. He came! Oh no, I'm turning into slushy! Or slush, I don't know. I have turned into mud. Nice. No 3. I didn't get 01. I didn't even know what the fuck 01 was. I just never got 01 at all. Okay. Okay, cool. I feel like abstract puzzle gamers are liking this. I guess. What the flying fuck is happening? Is that thing sucking my dick now? That thing's sucking my fucking cock, I swear. Look, it's angled to my cock. What the flying fuck? I didn't even have a fucking I didn't even have like one, whatever it is. Like the first achievement, I have like fucking 2 and 3. I don't have 1. As a cock and tentacle enjoyer, I'm also satisfied by this game. What the flying fuck? Are you serious? Thanks for being out of my PC. No problem. How you doing, Pip? We're playing this weird game and being out of your PC because I had to be out of your PC. By the way, guys, tomorrow check out the Clock Tower team stuff. I'll be doing a bunch of stuff on the Clock Tower team stream. I never announced this yet, but yeah, tomorrow I'll be doing a lot of stuff for the Clock Tower team. So hopefully, how are you? I'm doing all right. basically not knowing what this game is, and I don't know. It looks like I really just do not know what the fuck this game is. Because I've been going through about like an hour finding what the fuck am I supposed to do for like two levels. This game doesn't show any kind of like it doesn't show any kind of like an idea of what you're doing, and they just shove you in the game and just be like, yo, play it, and you're in this nightmarish horror like place that looks like fucking HR Geiger, yeah, HR Geiger. My least favorite part of the day was when the sun comes up. I need to move on. Dark all day. True. In Dreamland, maybe for you, Mr. Penis and Tentacle fucking enjoyer. It's not my coma. Shut the fuck up. It's not coma. I don't think this is a coma. There's not even a map for this game, so I'm just walking like blindly into this fucking area. Wake up. No, it's Geiger. HR Geiger. I guess I'm supposed to go there then. That's exactly what a coma patient would say. Jesus Christ. It's like, I like how they actually like shove you into a fucking game. Just don't give any kind of like fucking like instructions of what to do. Have you been scorned yet? Shush. Yeah, this game just like shoves you in, and I don't know what the fuck am I supposed to do. Maybe this is for puzzle enjoyers, I guess. Like people who just wanna fucking play this game as a fucking puzzle game instead. Is your typical horror game but with 10 times the normal artistic budget? I guess so. Hello? No. How's my body looking like? Still the same. But wait, do I have the same old? No, I don't. I read it as 10 times the autistic. Ah, yes, autistic budget. Surely it's an autistic budget because I don't know what the fuck is going on, Copium. Oh wait, we're back here. Oh shit, okay. Well, we're coming back to here, I guess. I don't know what to do in here. What? I'm gonna go in here then. This looks like a fucking vagina hole. I swear to God, that light over there just looks like a clit, and then we're just gonna go into the vagina hole, of course. The face when you transform, you are transformed by monsters, but they don't give you a huge cock. True. Wait, this is the place that I was in? Or is it below? I don't know if it was below or not. Oh, it was below, actually, yeah. What the flying fuck is that? Damn. Sure. Looks friendly. Sure, Copium. It looks friendly, Copium. Oh, I had to put my hand in there. Wait, do I not have to put my hand in there? The fuck is this? Damn. No penis. No penis, by the way. Looks like a deserted land, honestly. Hello. You doing alright, sir? Thank you for your butt plug. That looks super fucking big. No wonder you died. No wonder you died, man. Your butt plug looks so fucking big. That's a mean butt plug. Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. Oh, that's a lift. Okay. Is there anything else other than a lift? No. Okay. Truly a game for degenerates. I would think about that. Damn. Looks like the fucking alien from Alien vs Predator. Buttons, no, I have some weird contraption inside your fingers. Yeah, there's like no buttons. You just fucking finger everything. That's what you do, right? You just finger everything. You think it's a good idea for you to finger everything? Yeah, of course. Finger this, finger that. We're gonna go into someone's fucking elephant penis, I guess. Oh, horse cock. I guess? I don't know. It's like a horse cock. What? It is a horse cock! I don't know. Oh, it's a connection. Oh. Horse cock vor simulator. Let's fucking go! Jesus Christ, no. Let's not fucking go. Holy fuck. Fuck am I seeing? Docking sim. True, it's literally a docking sim, man. Need to get some water, I'm losing too much fluids. What? Fuck? Did I just get a clit or something? I just got a fucking, like, small ass clit. What the fuck are you so wrinkly? It's like it's fucking H.R. Geiger, you know? Fucking some kind of bullshit thing. I don't know. Yo, dude, get the fuck out of here. Ha, you did. Maybe I'm old, that's why. Gentlemen, we have finally located the clitoris. We just inserted like a clitoris inside what I was looking at. And I was like, what the fuck? You're playing as grandma? I'm not playing as a grandma. I'm playing as a grandpa. I don't want to be connected to that first. I want to be connected to the other one. Look, docking! We're docking! What the fuck? Nice! I think it's cool that we're docking right now. Smile. Holy shit, that's a propeller. Yo, that's a lizard. That's a lizard. Okay, Grandpa, please don't touch. You got drained fluids, tentacle. True. The flying fuck is this? Hey, ninja. I hope you're doing well. Wow. Yo. Yo, that's fucking hot, not gonna lie. Ooh. Ouch, what the flying fuck? Wait, this thing is attached to me now? What? Yeah, this thing is attached to me now, so I have the fucking... Oh shit! I have this thing again! What the flying fuck? I have this thing again! Yo! With the fucking... Dude, this is the fucking sex toy that, like, women... Cam girls always use. You know? You know, the cam girl always use this. Fucking... The dildo thing. Look at that. Stat bro, stat monster, I'm stuck. Yeah, true. Stat monster, I'm stuck. Please get me out. A dildo gun, I guess. I don't know. Looks like one. You wanna bet that someone's gonna come in and ask, like, if they're playing this game for the first time, they're gonna be like asking, like, some streamers, like, yo, hello, how do I do the first part of the game? Like, bro, find out yourself, you dumbass. Just tell them that. Find out yourself, you dumbass. What's this? Puzzles are hard, Duo. True. But I'm harder. Could have hit a bed early if you know. Aw, man. Oh, have a good one. Shay. What the fuck? I was aligned. What are you talking about? On the other hand, Duo's actually... Well, I'm not a dumbass. I know what to do in the game. Shut the fuck up. I'm gonna get another clit, I guess. There we go, another clit. I'm 100% a dumbass. True. Yeah, we got another clit. Ladies and gentlemen, we found the other clit. You are the one who whined the ball puzzle? What ball puzzle? Wait, what ball puzzle are you talking about? No, you mean the... It's a sliding puzzle! I just don't know what I was supposed to do! Yeah, we have more than one clit, I guess. Like... Look, we're inserting like a fucking penis and then we're just getting all the clits. I don't know. News to me? What? I'm the clit commander. Look at me. I am now the clit commander. I'm the captain now. I am the captain now. Oh, do you mean the ball as in like the fucking just now? Yeah, just now is this fucking puzzle, duh. Oh. Oops. Yeah, yeah, more than one clit. There you go. We got another clit, I guess. Look, we're just finding fucking clits now. This is like the third clit that we're actually finding. What the flying fuck? Cool. I love me a game where you can find clits everywhere. Third clit, third butt acquired as well. Yeah, true. I need to find one more. What the fuck is coming out of my penis? Bro, what the fuck is coming out of my penis? Yo! My penis is a fucking butt plug now. Let's go! Yo! Yo! Any butts? Upgraded fucking butt plug, dude. Your butt plug is now a fucking penis. How you doing, holy shit, this game. How you doing, perp? All the people are gonna be like if any kind of like Singaporean fucking streamer who plays this game is gonna be like, eee, yucky, yeah, very yucky, disgusting. I'm just here gonna be like, this is one of those games, man. I feel like any kind of Singaporean fucking like streamer or gamer is gonna be like, eee, disgusting, yucky, disgusting. I don't want to play. I don't want to play this game. I bet there's gonna be like one fucking female Singaporean streamer who goes like that. Like, honestly. Aliento? Yes, true. What the fuck am I doing with this thing? Oh, this is the fucking clit thing. Oh, I forgot about that. Okay. Let me actually go in here for now. I'm gonna head to the bathroom real quick while you guys stare at this fucking... Where's my penis? Where's my penis? Dude! Oh, okay. Yeah, you guys stare at my penis. Okay, I'm back. Mother of God, a little penis on your left hand now. Yeah, true. It's a fucking penis, dude. It got me a penis now. I need to go back to that one area. I just don't remember what the area is. Staring at a horse with booba. Yes. Yes. the influence of it is there. Okay, I need to go into this one real quick. I don't know what this one is, but I want to see if I could actually push through. I can't. Okay. Yeah. Do I really only need 3? Hold on. Where's my penis? Hold on. What? I guess? Okay, wait, hold on. No, what the fuck am I supposed to do with this thing? Alright, we got the clits. We only have like 3 clits. I think I need 1 more clit and then I'll be alright. But I'm not too sure how am I gonna find this 1 more clit. This way. I put my hand in there already. I put the butt plug in there already. Maybe I just go back here, but is there like a clit for here? Clitoris or clitori? That's a very good question. That's a very good question. Do you call like clitoris, like multiple clitoris, a clitori or clitor? Is this where I came from? Yeah, this is actually where I came from. Oops. I gave my dog the rest of my burrito. I hope it doesn't regret this decision. Well, you gotta be hungry now. That's all I can say. You're gonna be hungry now. Also, really enough, my mom watches my fucking YouTube videos, and she was mentioning about like my Peppa Pig fucking run, and I was like, yeah, we don't talk about the Peppa Pig run, Mom. Mom, we don't talk about the Peppa Pig run. I think I need that 1 more fucking clit, I guess. Where am I gonna find that last clit though? Mom, please don't watch this. Mom's gonna watch it, that's for sure. Yeah, my mom watches my videos for some reason. I don't know why. She said she liked the content, and I'm like, yeah. And your language is vulgar. Yes. She liked the content. She didn't care about... I guess she also cared about like how many views I got as well. She asked me like, oh, how do you actually get so many views on this video? And I was like, don't ask. Me, that's for sure. Fuck. What am I supposed to do in this fucking game? Bro. Oh, never tell my family my username. Did she pause and think for a second before setting on the word content? I don't know. I legitimately don't know. She just told me she watched my fucking videos and I was like, cool. And she showed me the Peppa the Pig one and I was like, oh shit. Don't talk about the Peppa the Pig one. Please, mama. Do not talk about the Peppa the Pig one. Is this the... No. Yeah, I still need to find like 1 more clit, I think. Do I need to find 1 more clit? Where's my fucking penis? Bro. Bro, I want my penis back. Where the fuck? Yeah, I took that shit out. Wait. Was I supposed to be here? think I'm not supposed to be here. Anyways. Okay, this is the ones with the bodies. I think this is the one that connects to like the first part of the game. Does it? Yeah, it does. Wait, hold on. Yeah, it connects to the first part of the game. Oh, I don't know. I don't know where this one is at. What the fuck, game? I don't understand. Am I supposed to be finding another clit? Or am I supposed to be done with the clits? Because I know there's like 4 bulbs. I probably need 1 more then. And where's this 1 more? Unless, you know, it's on the other fucking place. Hold on. Like if it's on this one. I don't know how this is gonna work. Because I can't push them away, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I can't push them away. How do I can't progress. I can't progress in this. You're never done with the clit. I clits, dude. Go. I just need to find fucking clits, man. That's all I need to do is just find fucking clits. I still do not know what the fuck this is. Wait. Oh, I've done this. Okay. This is the first clit that I've done. What's the shenanigans again? Hey, Artless. Wait. I know what shenanigans you're talking about. God damn it. God damn it. Dude. Calm yourself again, man. Calm yourself. I like you. Yeah, mom says she likes my content because I talk about the clit. Oh, it's this thing. Okay, hold on. Oh. 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 I'm supposed to wash this thing away. I see now. Does it disintegrate? It does. Ah, okay. Not those shenanigans? Okay. Better not be because I have my tits out. I swear. I swear I have my tits out. 3 terabytes. Terabytes? What the fuck are you doing with terabytes? I think it's just acid, not cream. I don't even know if it's cream or not. Look, it's acid. It's fucking acid, bro. Big things. 3 terabytes. That's more like porn or something. You know? Porn could be 3 terabytes. Pressing X adult? Yes. Yes, finally we got the last clit. Heck yeah, we got the last clit. Look at all my clits now. There you go. Now I'm 4-clit dick. I have a 4-clit dick. That's for sure. Okay, where am I supposed to go? Yeah, where am I supposed to go? I guess it's this one. I have a 4-clit dick. Yeah, I have a 4-clit dick now. Do you think you need the glands? No. No glands. No glands for this kind of shit. Honest. For real, for real. For real, for real. No glands, please. Alright, now I can actually insert this thing into the fucking bulbs that I'm looking at. There you go. There you go. Insert it into the bulbs. There you go. Okay. Oh, it's a key. I see. Hey, Sublime Mime. What the flying fuck is this? What? What am I doing to the clits? Oh man, I got the clit stuck. Hold on. What? Huh. What the fuck am I doing? Wait, hold on. Baby puzzles for babies? Shut the fuck up. Wait, hold on. Wait, what? What the flying fuck? Oh. What? What the flying fuck? Joke. What do you mean? Come on. Wait. Hold on. Okay. It doesn't push in. I don't think the first one goes here though. Yeah, the first one has to go all the way at the back. So this one should go like this. Yeah, what the fuck? You played Sonic and Alyssa? This isn't like Sonic or Alyssa. What the fuck are you talking about? Hold on. Let me look at this fucking puzzle real quick. I'm attempting to find a G spot. Like, holy crap, how do you find a G spot in this? Okay, I guess the last one has to be on this one then. Yeah, the last one has to be on this one. I don't know if Tofu feels. What? What do you mean? Wait, hold on. Hold on. I don't understand what you guys are meaning. Literally a baby? What? Hey, Kevin. Look at the fucking spot compared to the dot. What do you mean? Okay, wait. Yeah, I don't think I can push forward. Hold on. What? What? No, 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 no. This is hard. This is hard as it looks. This is legitimately hard as it looks. Shut the fuck up. So I can't move back like this. I can't move forward like this. What? Jam it in. Deeper red dot is the leftward. Yeah, I know. I know what it is, but here's the thing. Hold on. If I were to do it like this, so this one has to go like in there, like this one has to go in here like this. So it can't go back. It can't go back. Yeah, it can't go back. Like, I can't really go back like this. You know, but you don't do it. Hold on. Okay, the first one can't do that. Yeah. So it's only this one that I could actually do this. Yeah, I can't push forward because, you know, it's all blocked off like that. Unless I do this, you know. Which it doesn't move forward. Because I don't know why it doesn't want to move forward. So I legitimately think that the third one has to be here then. Like the third one has to be here. Oh. I wasn't looking at the dots. I thought the oh my, I wasn't looking at the dots right. I got my fucking second and third confused. Shut the fuck up. Hey RS25, you jerked into that thing off? Well, kinda, I guess. I was looking at the first and last dots. I wasn't even looking at the second and third dots because I was like, yeah, they probably can go into like other places as well. I fucked it up. How's this game? Confusing. As you can tell. Like, it's legitimately fucking confusing right now. Hello. No, it's very confusing. The first few parts of the game is actually really confusing. You see your dildo gun? Ah, yes! Yes, RS25 would like me to use my dildo gun for this guy. Like, look. Look. Ready? Boom! Fisting costs fucking 500 bucks, man. Boom. There we go. We fisted him. Oh my god, Ravinsky with 100 bits.
I now completely understand why you have trouble getting speed runs on puzzle-heavy games.
What the fuck? Fuck you talking about? Thank you for the 100 bits. Why would you like that? You like guys. Wait, hold on. I'm back. Grandma gave me something to eat. I was like, yeah, cool. I like something to eat. Anyways, this gun is like a fucking pummel gun, man. I was like, oh yeah. You know, like those fucking cam girls that actually uses like the fucking machinery to like pummel their pussies or some shit like that. It looks like that. And then you get the pummel guys as well, which I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty hot, right? That's pretty hot, right? I don't know, cam girls use this anyways. Am I not wrong? Cam girls use this. Yeah, no shit, it had to be heavily lubricated. Duh. So you have people like fucking doing this. And then it's like so fucked up in their pussies, I guess. I don't know. Or their buttholes. I don't know. It'd be like that, I guess. The guys, I guess. No, I didn't say that. I'm saying that this contraption that I'm using at the moment could be used for whatever it is. Can't wait till mom sees. Yeah, true. Can't wait till mom sees this, honestly. Where the fuck am I? Oh wait, hold on. Let me go back here once again. If I redeem the ban, can I ban Juho? You can't ban Juho. Juho's unbannable. Oh. Cam go at the moment with the... Yes, I am. Totally true. Copium. 1 trillion points. Which one is the best model? I don't know. I don't fucking use them. Do you think you could beat a badger in a fight of death? No, because they have rabies. I don't want to have rabies. What the fuck is going on? Oh shit! The one that is hugging me for this whole time is ripping out my fucking innards. Damn, my health. The flying fuck's wrong with my health. Yo! Damn! Damn, bro! Is that a healing item? Wait, hold on. Do I heal? Oh, I actually do heal! Oh, damn, bro. Damn! Damn, I used one of the pods and... Nice! Nice! What's the purpose of this game? I don't know. It's just a dream. It's supposed to be like fucking H.R. Geiger like fucking dream, and like you don't know what the fuck you're doing in this game. Oh my god, you host this dream. Sure. A coma. Sorry. Coma. Yeah, it looks like my coma. That's for sure. Guys, wake me up right now. Wake me up. Wake me up inside. Can wake up. Wake me up inside. Take me. I don't know. Yeah, the purpose of this game is that, like, you have no idea what the fuck you're doing in this game, and then you can, like, fucking have this stupid ass pummel weapon, you know? Pummel them fucking pussies, I guess. Oh, we're at the beginning of the game. Cool. See, now we're at the beginning of the game, and now I can actually go in here right now. Let's go. Okay, sure. I'm back here in the beginning. Hoggers. I just hate the look of everything here. Yeah, it looks pretty fucked up, you know? It looks pretty fucked up. Hello? I'm here for more pummeling. I guess. Pummeling. Oh man, I need 2 now. Wow, okay. So, I guess it opens up that door later on. But yeah, they also don't give you a map as well. So like, if you're like fucking confused about this game, good luck. They don't give you a fucking map at all. What in the fuck? Is this BioShock? Is this BioShock? Ooh, okay, cool. Let me go here real quick. There is nothing. So I guess I can use this key now. There you go, we can use this key. There you go. Yeah, I can't even tell you what the story of this game is, honestly. I feel like the story of this game is that you're in some kind of like fucking nightmares kind of fuck. Oi, okay, get ready for my Camgo pummel gun. There you go. That's right, bitch. Ow, what the fuck? Bro, stop it. Oh, I had to back out. Back off. Stop, dude. Stop. Holy shit. Damn, bro. That's some salamander looking ass. Fuck's this game? I told you, I don't know. There's some salamander looking ass right there. It goes on for a while. Yeah, hey Varashti. This game is probably gay. Dude, we're finding clits. Does a gay guy want to find clits? No. Maybe. Let's use my pods, I guess. Wait, is there anything in here? No. Only a gay guy not know how to clit look like. Shut up! Oh wait, no, I don't research them. I know what clits look like. I bet RS25 researches clits. Oi, 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 oi. What's up? Ow! Back off! No! Bad! Bad salamander, bad! Okay, man, what do they look like? Yeah. Yeah, I guess, do we know how we look like? Smile. Do we know how it look like? What? One of the balls from those ball bearings. One of the balls from the ball. Ah, yes, of course, dude. Oy, oy, okay, hold on. Okay, I need to go to the bridge, I guess. Yeah, I need to find a way to actually go to the bridge up there. Exactly like that, but covered with a hood. Wow. What's a what's a clit, man? How does a clit look like? Yo, guys, I don't know what a clit is. Can someone tell me what a clit is? I'm a visual learner, by the way. Are you fucking kidding me? Ow, bro. Oh shit, wait, no. Just spit that thing out. Fucking colon looking fucking object. Dude, that thing looks like a fucking colon. What the flying fuck? Yeah, that thing looks like a fucking colon. Clitoris is my favorite dinosaur. What? Oh wait, do I need to go on the platform? Like this platform? That kind of looks like Pip, not gonna lie. Fuck. What? Her looking like a colon? What the fuck does that mean? Yo, what the fuck does that mean? Wait, what? Where? What the flying fuck? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna cry my hole now. I didn't do anything. Fucking Xeon said something. It's not my fault. Alright, I didn't do anything. Xeon said it. Oh. Damn, bro. She's gonna stream in the next God knows fucking how many minutes. I know because she told me about it. She told me she's gonna be streaming the next 10 minutes. Satch. Okay, thank God. Excuse me, what do you mean by thank God? Copium, man. What the fuck? Did that thing just dropped my... Oh wait, no. It's making a path for me. Yeah, it just made a path for me, which is good. Okay. I don't think I'm supposed to be going in here. Yo, visual learner, does this help? What? What is this? Like the clitoris? Oh! Oh, is that fucking game? No, it's the fucking camel toe. It's a camel toe game, whatever it is. Horse is not you, it's the game. It's not the boobs. Oh shit, hello. Ow, fuck. H. What's a camel toe? I don't know. What is a camel toe? Are you fucking serious? You fucking dumbass. I need to find another health like station. If we can find another health station, that would be great. Otherwise, I'm gonna be fucked with health. There's something there which jumps out of the what? Oh yeah, the camel toe. Hey, what the fuck? Bro. This game looks like a fucking... Like, someone fucking put acid on themselves and just, you know, went ham with this game. It literally just looks like that. Someone put acid on themselves and then, yeah, why not? We just fucking fuck this game around, you know? What? Is Evil Within actually scary? Define scary actually. I mean, if you're into, if you're not into like the fucking stuff that's in the Evil Within, you're not really into horror stuff, then yeah, it is kind of scary actually. What? Is there supposed to be a pod here? No. It's a monitor arm? True. Oi! Oi! You don't have to fucking roast him like that. What the fuck? Bro. Bro, what the fuck? There's like multiple different paths now. I don't even know what path am I supposed to take. Is this the same path? That is the same path. The fuck am I looking at? Am I getting on like one of these things? I guess. 38k to 20k? Damn, bro. How about like give some to me, Smile. Maybe not here. Maybe it's like on the other side. No? Damn. What the fuck? What the fuck is this? The fuck is this invisible fucking... Huh? The fuck? You would just spend it anyways? No. No. I'm gonna have to rest. I have the fucking asthma attacks bullshit at the moment. What the fuck? Yeah, I have a good rest. But you can always lurk on the stream. You always can do that. Leon. Satch is leaving. He's back! Yo, he's back! Let's go! I have a good look. Fuck is this pod? Ah! Jesus Christ, bro! Why the fuck are you here? Get out of the fucking way, bro! When are you going to do a yay or nay? What the fuck is a nay or yay? A yay or nay? Pretty bold choice of the death to let you fist your enemies. Yeah, we're gonna fist the enemies. Yeah, how about no? Nay. How about nay? No, I'm not gonna do it. I don't know. I don't think I have. I don't think I would do it. Because it doesn't feel nice to me. Alright, time to recharge my pods. Hey Megami. How's the video game? Confusing. That's all I'm gonna say. This video game is confusing. Like, I don't know what the fuck is going on. And that's about it. I just don't know what the fuck is going on. I don't hate it, I just... Okay, I like the game. I only hate the game because I don't know what the fuck is going on. Like, they don't give you any kind of fucking thing. And they just give you this. That's it. They just give you this. Oh. Like, do you expect me to know anything about this game? No tutorial, bad game. Yeah, no tutorial, man. I have no tutorial. Nothing. Penetrative? Yes, it's penetrative. As you can tell, I'm penetrating. Fuck! Move away! Oh my god, okay. It praises atmosphere and criticizes crypticness. Yeah. This game is fucking cryptic. Like, it legitimately is fucking cryptic. The first part of the game is already as scripted as it is, and you don't know what the fuck to do unless... Oh my god, bro! Yeah, you don't know what to do until, like, you figure out that... I'm dead. Cool, I died. Sure. I got dick slapped and cummed on. That's what it was. I got dick slapped and cummed on. What cup is my size? C? I don't know. Artist drew boobies on me, so I get to have what the boobies are like. But yeah. Undecember? I heard about Undecember. So this game is like super cryptic. If you play like the first part of the game, like the literal first part of the game, you don't know what to do until like you probably just have to figure it out yourself. Like, they don't give you anything, they just give you like a big fucking structure and that's about it. It's like C. It's like C. Bet they feel like a bag of sand. Ah, yes, because it's implants, that's why. Totally, they're implants, copium. Will I grow nice boobas if like yours if I train really hard in the gym? Yes, you do. Ow. Holy shit. Bro. So I'm not supposed to go there, I guess. 100%. 100% filled with cement. Yes, of course. I guess I'm supposed to raise this pot up. Yeah, I'm supposed to raise this pot up. Oh man, not again. I'm just gonna bypass the fucking monsters, I guess. That's all I could do right now, is just bypass the monsters. I guess I'll go here. What is this? What? Hold on. The one is a slime monster with the big boobs. What? I don't know. What? Oh, it does open up now. Oh, it closes right away. This is a fucking elevator thing? It probably is an elevator thing. Yeah, the only thing that I have, like, kind of like a fucking, like, there's something that I kind of don't like about this game is that this game is way too cryptic as it is. Like, I don't know what the fuck is going on. Everything in this game is like so fucking, like, it doesn't tell you what to do. It legitimately just doesn't tell you what to do. At all. And I wish I knew what I'm supposed to do. Like, is that, like, there's an objective bar, but there's no objective bars. You just do all of these, and, like, you have to figure out yourself. I mean, technically it's gonna be like fucking whatever that game's called, right? That game is fucking, oh shit, a gun? A gun? A gun? Wait, hold on. What's this? Game's quick, I don't know. Yeah, true. What was I given? I don't know what. Oh shit! Wow. I don't have any bullets. What the fuck is this? I don't even have any bullets. Nice, cool. Wow, a double attack. Okay. Hold on. Controlled by game, yeah. What the fuck is this? What? Oh. What? Huh. What? Oh. Hold on. How did I... Okay, wait, hold on. This one does like this. But I need this to be like this. So it has these two together like that. Okay, hold on. Bro, this is so fucked. This puzzle's so fucked. What are you talking about? turns like this. What the fuck, Cluely? The fuck? I hate Lost in the Rain. Okay. So I need these two to be together then. I'm screaming. Okay, these two have to be together, that's for sure. I just don't know, like, which one am I supposed to do first? Like, I feel I'm supposed to do one of them first. Oh my god, okay. Okay. What the fuck? Hold on. I don't know. I just need this thing to be aligning with this thing, so it does that. Pretty light turn on, yeah. There you go. Jesus Christ. That's so... Ah, I hate these kind of puzzles. These puzzles are just so bad. VM and Windows. Oh my god, do I have to do another one? Okay. Thank god I don't have to do another one for now. Yeah, I don't even have bullets for this. Where is this supposed to be? Oh man. Not again. Hey, Chaos. Are you fucking out of your mind, game? Stop. Fine, I'm gonna fucking use the back from daycare. Did I miss any sexy? No, you missed nothing because I legitimately was like fucking spending my time legitimately doing nothing, honestly. I was spending my time legitimately absolutely doing nothing but solving a fucking yeah, we were doing a sex puzzle, that's for sure. Vagina switches? You missed out the clits. It's like fucking clits, man. We used 4 clits to make a key. You missed out the 4 clits that we made a key. I've heard it can be easy to miss. Oh my god, bro. Ow. I'm gonna die again, that's for sure. Oh my god, don't you dare. Are you serious? Oh, here, okay. Hold on. Fuck you, colon looking shit. You don't sound like you're having fun. This game's bad. This game is more confusing than... No, it's alright. Like, I would say this game is alright. The problem with this game is that it's just confusing and it's very cryptic. Like, think of it as like, oh, you come into this game, you want to have fun, you want to know what to do, and then they never tell you anything of what to do at all. Like, it legitimately doesn't tell you what to do. Yeah, you come in this game, that's it. E for ew, E for ew. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. I think they actually do save money on the voice acting because there's no voice acting at all. Like, there's literally no voice acting. Alright, how do you do this puzzle now? There's a fifth one! Fuck me! Oh my god. What? Yeah, this is the point where, like, I need to actually fucking pull out a fucking paper, like, pen and paper for this shit. Hold on. What the fuck is this? Okay, hold on. I need to pull out a pen and paper for this. So you got this thing, this thing, this thing, this thing, this thing. It won't help! It won't help at all! What the fuck is this? Oh, is this the rod? Oh, it's the rod. Ugh, rod. The fucking rod. Okay, my question is, what controls this thing? Is it just this thing up here? If I could actually... Where's my... Wait, I almost got it. I just need to know where the rod is at. There's one at the top! How the fuck is there one at the top? So there's 6, not oh my god, I thought that was 5. What's this game? This game's confusing. Okay. So this has to go like this. What the fuck? Oh, this thing would take me a fucking hour to do. Are you supposed to do this without brute forcing it? Yeah, what the fuck? I don't understand. Hey, am I realize I have TS2 still installed. Yeah. God, why? Yeah, I understand. The problem right now is that I can't bring this fucking gear to whatever I want to bring to because, you know, it just looks like this. If I line it together, all of them together like that. This locks that. This locks this. Does it not lock that one? Wait, hold on. No, it doesn't. Oh my god, I'm so close. Really? What the fuck is this? Oh my god. I am not winning. I don't know what the fuck am I looking at? This one has to go up like this. So it has to turn. Hold on. It locks like that. I see. But it just turns like this. I need this thing to lock, I think. This is the only one that I need to lock right now. How do I lock this thing? Yeah, how the fuck do I lock this thing? Yeah, no, my question is how the fuck do I lock this thing? If I can't lock it like this, how the fuck do I lock this thing? No, the clitoris puzzle was like way before already. Like way, like, at the early part of the game. Like, you don't see it anymore. It's basically in the earlier part of the game where you just see a fucking clit. And that's what it was. Oh, is this one? Okay. So that one's okay. That one's alright. So my big thing right now is to move this thing like this. This is on the other side, huh? Okay. Oops. Okay, hold on. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm so close. Hold on. So this one goes like this, right? Okay, so it's the opposite. So I'm at the opposite at the moment. But this one will just do like that. What? Yeah, how do I connect this? That's the question. How do I connect this now? Oh my god. Bro. My god! I really don't think this game's for me. Previews look like... Dude! I swear to god! Do the femboy voice. I'm not doing the femboy voice. I know I fucked it. I just don't know where I fucked it. With the one to the left. Is it the top one to the left or... Yeah, is it the top one to the left or the top the left? Like this. Unless you're talking about something else. God, this thing is so dumb. Hold on. No, wait. Does this move? Okay, wait, hold on. Wait, this thing moves as well. Yeah, this thing moves alongside with that. Can you reset it? I can't reset it. There's no way in hell I can reset this. What the fuck? Come back, Ari, stop. No, you can't do it, see? If I were to do this, you can't fucking reset the thing. See? You can't reset the thing at all. So I'm already stuck here. I wanna see if this... There you go. Oh my fucking god. Does this not have guns? No. There's a fucking pummel fucking stupid ass. Look at this pummeling fucking tool that you use. And then the gun that I get is like nothing. Look, the gun that I get, no bullets. They never give me any bullets in this fucking game, bro. You know, like, okay, think of it as like, you know cam goals? You know cam goals where they use the fucking that fucking, I don't know, to put that in your vagina or your fucking asshole. Is that's the thing. It looks like that. How you doing, Joy Boy? It just looks like that, dude. Look, it just looks like fucking that. I've never watched a cam go. Well, too bad. It just looks like this fucking pummeling fucking dildo looking thing that like when girls go and then like they have this stupid ass pummel thing. That's what it is. I love cam goals. Jackhammer for vagina. Yeah, it's this. That's your weapon and that's about it. I guess. I don't know, but you also have a gun, which like, oh, you switch around, yeah. Cool, a gun, no bullets! You have no bullets! No! I don't think, okay. Atmosphere is fine. Like, I like the atmosphere of the game, because the atmosphere of the game seems very, very fucking horror-like. But the gameplay is just like fucking Agony. You know, like, Agony was a shitty fucking game. This is like how fucking Agony was. Because one, it's too cryptic, and I don't know what the fuck to do sometimes. Two, what the fuck am I supposed to do? You're bringing me to like different fucking places, and bringing me to like in all those fucking puzzles. What am I supposed to do? The first part of the game already took me like an hour. This game has how many achievements? This game has like 12 achievements. I've already gotten 5 of them. So I think I need like 7 more to actually complete this game, or 8 more to complete this game. I don't know. What is the jackhammer called? Oh, yes, of course. The 10th time you brought this up. Because they're asking me, what the fuck is this? I'm like, yeah, sure. Yeah, it seems empty because there's nothing that you could do. Like, sure, I'm walking around. Do you think I know my objective? No. I don't think I know my objective at all. Like, what is this claw thing? What is this fucking machinery thing? I don't know. Nothing tells me what the fuck I'm doing. This is the new season of Fortnite? Yeah, true. This could be the new season of Fortnite. Wait, the fuck? Huh? Do you save or kill the little guy to get his arm? I killed the little guy to get his arm. You mean the guy in the pod? I killed the guy. Because I didn't know what the fuck to do. I legitimately didn't know what the fuck to do. Yeah, I don't even know how long this game is. I feel like this game is gonna be like fucking 4 hours long, and I really don't care about it if it's 4 hours long. At least, you know, it's like 4 hours fucking long or some shit like that. Like, really, I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. I'm already right here. I don't know what the fuck to do. What? 7.5 hours. Jesus Christ. Yeah, there's garbage combat. There is garbage combat. You have this as a fucking pummeling weapon. You literally fist your enemies, and that's about it. Now I'm not exaggerating. Like, this is literally what it is. As the game itself, this is literally what it is. Bruh, copium, man. Maybe I'm supposed to go the other way then. Okay, maybe I'm supposed to go the other way. Wait, no. Huh? Wait, hold on. What? Just play all the puppet combo games? I heard the puppet combo games are cool. And that's all I know. What the fuck? Do you get the dildo again? No. Does that make a difference, by the way? Like, if I were to kill the fucking whatever it is, if I were to kill the guy at the beginning of the game, because the beginning of the game I don't know what the fuck I was doing. Like, I legitimately didn't know what the fuck I was doing the whole time. This is a Game Pass thing? Holy shit. Okay. Covet's coming to your city. Nice. I feel like Covet is like really overrated, to be fair though. I don't know. Covet feels like really overrated because you have a fucking chick who knows how to fucking actually play guitar well. Overrated? I mean, it's overrated as a band. Bro, I need to actually get the fucking egg there. You're overrated? Damn. What to do? Okay, hold on. Okay, I think it's... Yeah, I'm supposed to bring this thing as a band. How about Blink-182 is overrated as a band? How about that? Huh? Punk? You play guitar, nothing special. True. I'll fight you? Oh, yeah, by the way, Edging is a really cool song. I like Edging. It sounds like fucking Matt Skiba wrote the song, actually. Like, it's a weird thing that, like, I would say this, like, Matt Skiba probably wrote the song. It's, like, super fucking cool. What, does it look like the fucking, what, Skeezers or whatever it is? Skeezers? It looks like a fucking Brazzers fucking logo. This one is good too. It is actually good. I like it. Shrezzers. I see. Yeah, how do I bring this pod? Yeah, my question right now is how the fuck do I bring this pod? I need to go back there, but how do I bring this pod? I just hope that like Blink-182 has more good bangers when fucking Tom DeLonge is back. What the flying fuck? I don't understand now. Yeah, I feel like I don't understand this thing right now. Maybe I'm supposed to go back to wherever it is. It's not this thing, right? Yeah, it's not this thing. Oh, what's up? What up? Hey, yo, what up? This way? What? I can kill this thing? Do I have to kill this thing? Huh. Is the thing in there? What? Maybe I'm supposed to go there. It's just I don't know where to go now. Hold on. Yeah, I took these two things. Okay, I'm just gonna wait it out. How about this way then? Nope. Okay. How about forward? Like here. How about here? No? Because it was recently released, and I legitimately think that this game is pretty fucking shit now. Yeah, it came out today. Yeah, this game is fucking shit. I don't even know if I'm willing to finish this game. That's the problem. Game looks amazing. It looks, okay? Looks amazing. I'm not gonna say anything else, but it looks amazing. It looks good. Alright? The gameplay wise, it just looks shit. It feels shit. I don't know what the fuck to do. Synthwave is cool. Oh, synthwave is alright for me. I don't mind it. My god. Oh my god, am I supposed to go here instead? Was I supposed to be here? Hold on. No, I was here this whole time. Because there's a fucking elevator. Yeah, this thing's a fucking elevator. I honestly don't know, because this game is like fucking bullshit at the moment. I don't know what the fuck to do. This way is blocked, for sure, right? Yeah, you can't go there. Down here? Ow, you fucking idiot. Oh, how about you fucking die, bitch? If 39 dab pass you, I'm changing the channel. What? Like, if she passed me in this game? Oh. Sure. Where is she at the moment, huh? She got the gun, hurry up. Well, what the fuck am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to grab something. I don't even know what to grab now. That's my problem right now. I don't know what to grab. Hold on. Grab this. Well, you can totally tell me these. You can totally tell me what to do, because I legitimately do not know. I have like no idea what to do now. I guess I'm not supposed to go here then. Because this is like the fucking... It's the way forward to get to another place, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah. What is here then? Yeah, this game is fucking... I don't know. I don't know how you say about this game. Unless I'm supposed to be here. No. Okay, this is the part where I actually brought the fucking capsule all the way up. So I brought the capsule up. So this is the capsule right now. I just legitimately think right now is that I'm supposed to bring this thing somewhere. What the fuck is this? Oh, is this the, oh, it's the other way. Oh. I guess. This game is bull. I wish I can get a cat. Thai people with cats, huh? Okay, this is the part where I got the okay, that's the part where I got the fucking. Oh man. Rip cat passed away. Is it the one that goes on your table a lot or another one? No. I guess it's another one. Fat one. I see. So I did this puzzle already. What? I feel like I'm supposed to go here. Like I see this thing. Am I supposed to use this gun? Wait. Yeah, I don't understand. Why do they give me a gun that doesn't do any fucking thing at all? Look. It's interesting. I don't know. Pew pew pew. This is a fucking dead fucking monster just there. I don't know. I just. Now my question right now is, what the fuck am I supposed to do for here? Am I stuck? Like, I know that there's a claw here. Oh. Oh. Okay, whatever. Whatever. This is so shit. This thing's so shit. Fuck. So I'm supposed to go here. I see. I just missed it. Like, overall. Overall, I just missed it. True Kekona, whatever. Whatever. Wait, hold on. Am I supposed to use this? Is this the elevator? This is the elevator. Fuck! I knew it! I fucking knew it! I was like, is this the elevator for me to actually fucking go up and down? It's like, yep. It is. Okay. Let's use this thing now. No, you didn't. Don't lie. What? What do you mean I didn't? Don't lie. Well, at least I'm progressing into the game. Very smooth today. What the fuck does that mean? Very smooth. What the fuck does that mean? Nice blossoms, by the way. Why am I doing this again? Oh my. Oh god. Okay. There! Smooth booba. Oh my fucking god. Thank the Lord, man. Jesus Christ, bro. All right. Partial playthrough more than a year ago. What happened in the meantime? What? I don't know. I legitimately don't know because everything in this game is like, what the fuck is happening? I don't know. I don't understand. Saying to him. This game is just making my brain like fucking smushy at the moment. My wide empty. Wide empty. This thing is still fucking me in the stomach. Nice. Okay. What is this? Those bullets? Wait, they are bullets! Wait a minute. Hold on. What's going on with this? Huh? Oh my fucking god, I had to reload! No wonder. Motherfucker had to reload the stupid fucking gun in order for it to work. Sure. No, because I thought it was already whatever. I thought it would be loaded with fucking something. No. No, it was already loaded. I thought it was gonna be loaded with something. It's like, nope. It's not even loaded with anything at all. What the fuck is this fucking weird ass ledge? What the fuck is that little bitch? Yeah, that's right. That's right. What? Oh. Huh. Oh, move. Jesus. Am I not supposed to be here? What? What? I guess I'm not supposed to be here then. Is this a new lore? You mean the copy pasta? If you're talking about the copy pasta, that's like fucking late lore. It's like fucking used forever, I guess. Is it this part of the game? I guess this part of the game is new lore, but like it's just fucking ridiculous because I don't know what the fuck to do. And it's low. What? Oh, low. Oh, I read as lore. I'm having mushy brain at the moment. Go lower. Could go lower, honestly. But honestly, I'm fucking my brain's all mushy. I don't know what the fuck to do. This is fucking confusing. Okay, hold on. Actually, they were supposed to release this game last year as well, and then they didn't release this game last year, so there's that as well. They wanted to release this game last year, they prolonged it to this year. Why can't I use this thing? Oh, is it because I need to have the first one? There you go. Okay, whatever. Yeah, it was supposed to be released last year. No, this is made by another company. Is it Effie? Oh, Effie? Effie? EFE, I think. I need to check the game again. Oh no, sorry, EBB. Ebb. This is made by EBB. It's a new company. Oh my god, that's so fucking huge. What the flying fuck? Okay. Wait. Hold on. I need to look at this real quick. What is on the other side? Before I go into that side. Nothing. Okay, so I was going the right way then. Okay, cool. Yep. Like, there's no understanding. Yeah, we have bullets because all I had to do was actually press fucking reload. Because they don't give you bullets in the... No, they didn't, like, they give you bullets, but they also give you the gun that doesn't have the bullets inside. So it's like, what am I supposed to do? Like, yeah, I had to find bullets, but like... What am I supposed to do if they don't reload my gun? They don't load my gun at all. So I had to manually fucking reload anyway. Yeah, reload is R. But they don't tell you that the gun is not loaded with anything. Like, they never even tell you that the gun is loaded. at all, or like you have to find your own bullets. Yeah, they don't tell you anything. Like even in the start of the game, they didn't even tell you anything. Why wouldn't I try? Because they never said anything. Do you think they would say anything like keybinds and all? No, they didn't. Nothing. It's a gun on PC. You can play this game on fucking console as well. You could play this game on console as well. Or with a controller. If you play this game with a controller, then yeah, good luck to you, man. Where's this area? Oh. Hey, where is this area? It's just down there and just... I hit R. There's a difference between a horror game and an FPS game. Yeah. It does say it right here. Alright, it does say it right there. The problem is, do you think I would know that the gun needs to reload? No. Okay, here's the thing. When you're going into the game, anyways, there's nothing that they tell you. You never even watched the first part of the game. No, you never even watched the first part of the game. The first part of the game is just me figuring out what the fuck am I doing. They never even say anything at all. Like, it doesn't fucking say anything. Like, if you think that this game, oh, it says something. No, it didn't even say anything at all. The game doesn't tell you anything. Oh, you get a gun, cool. What's this gun? They never even tell you what the gun does. Here you go, chef. I'm assuming the gun shoots. It does, but like, I don't know. Yeah, you should watch the first part of the game. Literally the first part of the game is just fucking horrendous already. The first part of the game is already horrendous enough. This way. Oh, hello. What's a chicken doing here? Holy fuck. Honestly, I don't know. You know, it's so weird. This game is fucking weird as fuck. The rest of the game is not shit. We'll see. Honestly, I feel like this game is already shit enough. Like, this game is shit. This game is too cryptic. I don't know how would I ever figure out the first part of the game. I don't even know. Like, honestly, like, the first part of the game is already shit enough to understand what this game is all about. Like, here's the thing, they gave you bullets, yeah. But do you think that that will be bullets? Can't they just fill it up all the... Oh, wait. I was about to say, can't they just fill it up all the way? But I don't think so. Oh my god. It was never loaded to begin with. I had nothing. When they gave me those bullets, I didn't realize it was bullets. Because they never tell me that those are bullets at all. So, in my mind was that where are the bullets in the game. No, okay, for that they gave me bullets. For this they don't. Like, when you pick up the gun for the first time, they don't give you bullets at all until like a certain part in the game where they give you bullets, but then afterwards, like, what, are those bullets? Are those actually bullets? I don't understand. I really just don't understand what the fuck this game is all about. Hey, Dark Boar. This is SCORN. It's a game where you're in this nightmarish world and you don't know what the fuck you're doing. Yeah, you're literally in this fucking place. You do not know what the fuck you're doing. That's it. I have lots of shooters, yeah. But this is a horror game. And I don't know if it's a survival game or a psychological game. It tells me what to do. Hit R. Did you not hear what I said? I said I got the gun. There was no bullets. I went into one part of the game. They gave me bullets, but I didn't realize those were bullets because they gave me a fucking pod. Yeah, you saw when I grabbed it. Do you think they were bullets? No, I would not, because I don't know what the fuck am I supposed to do with that. I don't think there was a bullets. If for all I've known, or for all I've fucking, I don't know. It kind of looked like a fucking upgrade. That's it. It looked like a fucking upgrade, and that's about it. How the fuck would I know it was bullets this whole time? Yeah, I was healing myself. Yeah! Like something upgraded my fucking health, duh! Because the pawn only tells you, oh, it's a health fucking thing. It doesn't tell you anything else other than a health thing. That's why I was like, oh, probably doesn't upgrade to my health. What? What? Am I not so... Oh, wait. Oh, this is the... Oh. Okay. What? Is there anything in here? No, right? Yeah, there's none. Color's not red. I don't know. How the fuck would I know? Like I said, how the fuck would I know at this point? This game doesn't even say anything. I wish this game said something. Astro, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Are you kidding me? What? What? Huh? Am I supposed to come? Am I supposed to come here? Am I not supposed to come here? Ah, yes, that's for sure. Sure. Money is gonna make me happy again. Sure. Copium, man. People's Action Party is like a fucking political shit. It's a like political party that actually runs the fucking governance. $300, yeah, I get $300 because, you know, Singapore government. I came from this pod, right? Did I not come from this pod? This game is disgusting, I love it. I mean, it's great. Like, the fucking atmosphere is great. I like it. The only thing about this game is just the gameplay of it. The gameplay just feels so fucking... I don't know. The more I play it, the more I just feel like I have no idea what to do. We did as well, but we got another fucking extra because, you know, Singapore government is like, yo, we're gonna give you monies anyways. Okay, am I supposed to go into that fucking lift thing? I am, right? How the fuck? How the fuck am I supposed to activate this thing then? What? Did I break this game already? How am I supposed to progress? What? How am I supposed to progress, dude? What? I feel like the game is already breaking on me. I might have to restart this fucking thing. I don't know. Maybe I have to restart this game. What? Okay, so I came from this pod. Yeah, I came from this pod. And then I'm supposed to be going into the lift, right? Am I not supposed to go? Am I not supposed to be going towards the lift? Am I supposed to be powering something? What is it? I feel like I'm just walking in circles, honestly. Singapore doesn't even have winter at all. What are you talking about? So, hold on. Okay, this is the fucking... Okay. That looks like that. Cool. Is there anything here? No. There's nothing here. Yeah. So, my only guess is that I'm supposed to go here. But why can't I go here? Yeah. Did I break the thing already? What the fuck? Huh? I probably broke the thing. Hold on. I need to restart this game. Let me see if I actually break the game. Oh yeah, this game could fucking break on me. I forgot. This game could actually fucking break on me. Okay, cool. No, I didn't miss something. I swear to God I didn't miss something. I don't think I missed something at all. I'm supposed to go into the elevator and that's about it. Like I see that little like fucking dot that I see whenever I go into elevators. I wanna bet my channel points. What the fuck do you... What? Oh my god, am I gonna be spawned in like somewhere? Please, no. Hey sis. Oh, wait, no wait. I told you! It's literally... Oh my god, the game soft locked me, no wonder... Nice, cool. This game is shit now. This game is shit. Bruh. I told you I was here this whole time! No, it's a circle on this fucking thing. Why did it soft lock? I don't know. So there was a circle right on that thing. You can see that little like that thin circle, right? There's a dot. If there's a dot, it's usable. If there's a slash like that, it's not usable. So yeah, it just didn't fucking work for me. Maybe, I guess. It's too much whining, I guess. I don't know. Oh my fucking god. Okay. Let me just reload. Wait, no. I want to use the pummeling fucking thing. What the flying fuck is this? Okay. What? That's a face. It's like fucking Cthulhu or some shit. Yeah, it just looks like fucking Cthulhu. This game. How about you go fuck yourself, you little fucking colon piece of shit. It's a cutie. Oh my god, I'm going inside the body, that's why. Oh, is this a maze? Is this a fucking weird... What the fuck is that? What? Hold on. Eaten by giant cock, my fetish finally. The docking happened, man. First we gone through finding 4 clits in this game. And then we did docking. Now we actually get swallowed by a fucking penis. Of course. Man, I love being swallowed by a fucking penis. What the fuck? What the fuck is going on? Hello, Cthulhu. Wait, hold on. Am I supposed to go down? What is around here? No. Then there's no, I don't know. It's fucking Cthulhu monster thing. Fuck, there are gates. Okay, there's gates. Gates here, gates there, gates everywhere. Okay. Bro. Okay. Cthulhu is like octopus anthro. What? Hold on. What? Hold on. Hold on. Wait, what? Do I need another maze thing? Hold on. I guess I do need another maze thing. That door is locked. Wait. Hold on. Did I ever go here? I did not, right? Yeah, I did not go here. Before. What the fuck? Okay. Huh. So there's a shotgun. What the wait, no, that's not a shotgun. Wait, hold on. Wow, holy crap. That thing's fucked up. That thing's fucked up. Ugh. Ow. What? Okay. There's like so many places to go. I guess not here. Yeah, the only thing I could think of is that not here. Not here. Oh god, this fucking thing. What's up, chicken bones? I still need 4. Wow, what a shot, dude. What a fucking shot, man. Okay, I still need 4. Is it this thing right here? It is this thing. Okay, cool. Inject that thing. Give me that. I guess I can progress right now. Okay. Oh my god, bro. Fuck. Oh shit, I don't have bullets. Fuck! How did I not know I had no bullets at all? What the fuck? I'm gonna just say that I don't like this game. This game is something. It's just something. I don't even know if I like it or not. Hold on. Oh my god. I'm frustrated at this game. That's why I threw my fucking phone into the fucking cans that I have because I'm fucking angry. I don't have bullets at all. Wait, hold on. I just didn't have bullets for this part. Okay, whatever. Alright, come here, little bitches. Oh, wait. No, they're gone. Wait a minute. That means I had to go back to one area of the game that has the... I don't know. Hold on. Fuck off, dude! Do I have to go back to one area of the game? Wait, hold on. I don't understand. What? Wait, did I come from here? I came from here. Yeah, I came from here. Okay, hold on. Was there ever a door that had the 4 on it as well? Because I don't remember. If not, then I'm just gonna fucking go back there again. This way, I guess. There's nothing up here, right? Nothing up here. There are a bunch of fucking weird ass fat stuff over here. I'm fat shaming them right now. I'm fat shaming the fucking monsters. Copium. Okay. I remember there was a door that needed the whatever it is as well, right? Or is it just me? I think it was the door that I used. If not, then it could be somewhere else as well. There's also this thing because, you know, I have not done this puzzle yet. Yeah, this puzzle looks fucking ass. How do I complete that puzzle? This door, there you go. That's the door that I'm looking for. Okay. Let me sit up straight. Because I have to. There you go. We're in. Wait. What lift is this? Oh. Oh, okay, okay. I see how it is now. Okay. Use this. Okay. Now the question is, do I go down from the side that I came from? Yeah, I do. Hmm. I honestly wish I could pummel you. I honestly wish I can pummel you. I really, really want to pummel you right now. I'm looking at it. I was like, yeah, I want to pummel you. You're such a fuck. That thing is just such a fuck. Ow, really? Wait, where is it? Ow. Stop, stop, stop. Oof. Here. Okay. So what does that do? It just brought it all the way up. Oh my god. What the flying fuck, bro? Oh, you wanna die? I'm gonna die. There's like a lot of enemies right here. What the fuck? Hold on. Yeah, I kind of feel like I had to find a way up and out. I think. Yeah, that would be my only guess. Finding a way up and out. Hey, big scared. Yep. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Okay. The big question right now is, where the fuck do I go to get the last stupid maze labyrinth thing? How about this elevator? Does this elevator go somewhere? Oh, it goes down. Oh. Wait. I came here. Yeah, I came here. Wait, hold on. That means... Yeah, that means where the fuck do I go? Wait. Does that open up anywhere? Wow, sure. Maybe it's the other side of things? Like this side? Wait. Where is this place? Okay. I remember killing them. I remember going here. Cause I had to go here with the whatever level 4 key. God, that thing is just sounding like a fucking whale now. Fucking whale. Whale sounds. Okay, it's not there. Definitely not up here because I know it's not up there. No. Why? What's the main purpose of it? What's the main purpose of the feet pics? Oh, what's the main purpose? No. What's the main purpose of the fucking $250 as well? Been here already. Oh, here. Oh, okay. Pay out my blink tickets, sell toes. Well, too bad, man. Ugh. Okay. Cool. Cool. Nice. Where the fuck is this? Oh my god, it's the elevator part. Okay. Yeah, this is gonna be fucking in and out all over again. So of course I had to find my way back. No, don't spit on me, please. That's right. Stop spitting on me. Okay, cool. So, I guess right now it's just a backtrack thing. I hope it's a backtrack thing. Let me actually check real quick. So you got one. I didn't get the other one, really? Okay. Fine. That means I have to go back up again. And then pull that thing. And then go to another place because I don't remember, I don't know where the place is at. And then do that other one. So the hole's here, right? Yeah, the hole's here. Okay, pull that thing. Cool. Wait. This elevator. I don't think it's here, right? Yeah, it's not here. Unless it's another way. Yeah, it's not here. I think I'm supposed to go up. Up in like the same direction that I went to. It's up here. No, I was thinking here and then that side, right? Yeah, okay, cool. Alright, cool. Why was this one so fucking... Like, this one is the easier one to go to. And the other one was the like a weird hard one as well. So this one was the easier one to go to. No, I want a second one. Give me a second one. Is this the second one? Yeah, this is the second one. Okay, let me do this weird labyrinth puzzle. Oh wait, holy shit, I'm in a fucking rocket now. Cool. Coom rocket? We're cooming. Rocket's cooming. Cool. Okay. Get all the guts, even. Ah, I had to go this way then. What's this way? Oh, yeah. That puzzle took, like, surprisingly a little bit longer because I was, like, fucking... I don't even know. I was going around places. I knew there was another door that looked like that, it's just that I didn't know whether it was a door that looked like that. What's outside? Wow. That actually was a fucking rocket anyways. A rocket or spaceship, whatever it was. Ripped to his fucking stomach. Like, literally, I feel like the story of this game is that this guy's... Ew. Never mind. I was about to say he probably has like a fucking stomach ache. This whole time, this guy has a fucking tummy ache. That's how this tummy ache works, you know? Hot as fuck. Ew. Ew as fuck. I'm gonna say I like this part of the game because you don't have to do fucking anything. You just sit on a fucking train and just take you somewhere. Wow. 4 hours in, we get into this fucking massive castle. Coom Castle? I don't know if it's a Coom Castle. I like how lazy the devs are with, like, annotating, like, the fucking, chapters. Let me see what the chapter is right now. This is at 5, right? Like, in the stupid achievements, it's literally just fucking 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Like, do they not know how to title any of the chapters? Like, title some fucking chapter, man. Don't have to put it like fucking, oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. What the fuck? There's only 5? What do you mean there's only 5? Like, you're telling me there's only 5x and that's about it? You're telling me I'm nearing the end of the game already? What? Bruh. So all this time, this game is $30. $35. 5x, total of 7 chapters. I don't know. I don't fucking know. Are their asses being fucking pummeled? Like, look at that. That guy's ass is fucked. I like how they put like so soothing music into a fucking horror game right now. I was like, yeah, cool. We'll go this way. Best way to die, in my opinion, is fucking anal to the anal. What? Is that a pregnant lady? What? Like the fucking thing says, it depends on your puzzle fucking skills thing, because I don't know. Puzzles in this game is so fucking, I don't even know. It's super cryptic and scarce. Okay. What does that give? Huh? It just gave me nothing. Wait, I can do it again. What? Oh. That means I had to find something. No. I don't think this game is worth for me. Or to me, I guess. Yeah, I don't think this game is worth. I mean, it's a cool game. The atmosphere of this game is cool. The problem with this game is that it's too cryptic. And I didn't like how cryptic it is. Maybe if someone gets me into this game, or someone like bright me into this game, sure. But I don't want to fucking run this game. One, this game is not GDQ safe. Two, I don't know how to fucking mess with this game. This game is like, as you can tell right now, it's like super fucking cryptic. I don't know what the fuck to do. What am I supposed to do? I'm walking around thinking of like, where am I supposed to go? Bitch you into this game? If he does, then too bad. I don't think he would like get far, because I don't think I would want to run this game. I don't know, someone like Trey would actually run this game. 7Rady. I think 7Rady would actually run this game, to be very honest. You know what? What if I just like go downstairs again and see what it is? Whoa. That's a key. What? Huh? How did my run go the other night? You mean the run that you saw? And I saw you in chat? That run? It went well. It actually went well. Like super duper well. Congrats on solid, thanks. Am I gonna fight this dude? I swear to God, if I had to fight this dude. Death Stranding, baby. I don't know. I only popped in, couldn't see the end. That's alright. But yeah, my run actually went, like, surprisingly well because, like... So, I watched back my VOD for the time when I actually did the run during Speedruns on the Crypt. The last time I actually did Speedruns on the Crypt. I actually failed that door skip twice by the same fucking thing that I did. The same motherfucking thing that I did for Cage Guy skip, it did to me again for this time, and I was like, what? That's a good coincidence about it. I don't think the Death Stranding baby would look like that, honestly. Where do I go? Wait a minute. What? Huh? Hold on. I need to look at this real quick. What is this? Have a good day. This game is ass. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, it's ass. I don't even know what the purpose of what I'm doing is at all. I'm supposed to go here. Yeah, sure. Now the question is, where the fuck do I go? I just had to shoot this thing? Really, I had to shoot this thing. Are you fucking serious? Are you... Yeah, are you fucking serious right now? Are you legitimately serious right now? All I had to do was shoot that fucking thing. Here, have a baby. Oh my fucking God, the eyes! No! 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 Oh my God, Jesus Christ. Okay, whatever. Yeah, this game is not cheating, keep safe. I'm so glad that I'm like, nope, I don't want to fucking run this game. Do I have to use the same one, or... Wait, what? Don't I need a vial again? Like, what? Oh, I have the vial. Oh. Okay. Not again. Not again. Yes. It's just a fucking reload and that's about it. Because I had the bullets all along. I just didn't know I was supposed to reload the gun. Oh no. This is the boss fight. It is the boss fight. Nice. Cool. How do I do this? What the fuck? Hey, yo, this is fucking Doom now. Oh wait, I don't have bullets. Oh shit. I didn't realize I didn't have bullets at all. Come on with your sack. I want to see your sack, dude. Let me see those sacks, bro. Bro. Show me your sacks. Combat looks like dog shit. It seems to be like fucking Doom, but like, yeah, sure. Give me your sack. Ow, whoa, holy shit, okay. Wow, what a hit. This is like fucking Doom at this point. Look. What the flying fuck, bro? This is so fucking weird. Okay, hold on. Please tell me he's dead. How are you not dead? What the flying fuck, bro? With the fight music. This guy wanted to stand up. He can't even stand up at all. Nice. What? Okay. Ow, shit. Oh shit! Ah! Whatever. I was like, why am I not moving? Like, quickly. Look at that shit. He's just like fucking jiggling. Demo man, some coach. Am I supposed to shoot at him? Or am I gonna wait? I wanted this game to be good. Yeah, good luck. Am I supposed to shoot at him? Hold on. Oh yeah, there we go. No. Are you serious? Really? Wait. What pause do you even have? What pause do you even have? What? Why am I supposed to shoot the fucking tummy? Hold on. Fucking chicken bones, man, dude. Chicken bones, man's coming for me. Oh no. Should have red. Maybe. Oh. That's what I was thinking. Like, maybe I should have shot the fucking nades at the back. We'll see. Just have to wait for him to actually go down. This motherfucker ain't gonna go down anytime soon. Please go down. You. Come on, chicken bones, man. Chicken bones! Fuck me up, chicken bones! Maybe the next iteration of the game should be good. Oh no. Are you gonna fucking go down? Whoa, what a fucking punch, bro! What? Oh. Yeah, I have no idea. I legitimately have no idea right now. Wait, let me check what's my... Ow. Okay, whatever. Did you try to punch me? Bro. Inside his backpack. I tried his backpack, it didn't work. I think it's just a baby. Because I'm supposed to kill the baby anyways to kill, like, the thing. Explosive shells inside. Ah, I see. Okay, okay. So I guess... I had to wait for him to go down again. Whoa, dude! Holy fuck, bro. Nope. Nope! What? Maybe the head. No, yeah, this game is not even telling me what to do. Cool. I have bullets at least. Just found out that the real deal asthma. Cure, bro. Fuck my life. Rip. Rip, dude. Thanks for staying there, I guess. Come on, bro. What? Wait. The baby fucking came out. I mean, you can fist it, for sure, but I don't know how... Wait, hold on. You know what? Yeah, maybe I'll fist it, then. I'll peg his ass. Yeah, I'll peg his ass, that's for sure. Like, I can totally see the baby coming out. Whoa! Yo! Okay. Well, you go down right now. What the flying fuck are you doing? Wait. What is this fight, bro? Peg his legs. I probably should peg his legs. Ow. I really just need to see this fight again, honestly. I don't know what's going on. Maybe. I think so. What? Really? Wait. No, I don't have... Whatever. I also needed to reload, you fucking idiot! Yeah, I have nothing. I literally just have nothing. What is this fight? They don't tell you anything. I feel like you're supposed to shoot the fucking baby. That's all I could think of. Like, you're supposed to shoot the baby. But, like, how are you gonna shoot the baby? And where is this gonna put me? Why do you have women fucking humping the tree? The depiction of women humping trees. Nice. What do you mean, why? Hit the hit? The hit doesn't do anything! Hit doesn't do anything. The legs doesn't do anything. Even when I try to actually kill this fucking baby. You want me to actually try hitting the head then? I could try hitting the head once more, but I don't think it's just hitting the head. Because it's just exposing the fucking parts in this game. It's once, we'll see. I just have to wait for this phase because there's like 2 phases right now. I mean, that's a fucking split second though. It's like so hard to even see. What the f— Are you alright? Oh shit. Yeah, you're alright. It's like, damn, are you alright, dude? Well, yeah, but we're trying to kill the baby as well. I feel like it's just the baby inside. I don't know if it's the head or anything. I just feel like one is the baby because, you know, I killed this baby just now. I killed this guy. There was a baby inside there just now. Okay, this part is easy because, you know, there's like fucking sags and the sags came out. Really? Stomping on his head like that. Ooh. I guess one ball sack. Oh shit. There you go. Oh shit, wow, holy crap. I saw that ball. Like, this phase is alright. All I can say is that this phase is alright. Shooting the dick. I'm trying to. This guy's gonna get all wobbly. Just can tell. Okay. So that thing right there. Okay, I'll try to hit this time. I'm gonna change it to this weapon instead. I think I still have bullets on this weapon, right? Yep, I do. Okay. Grab his dick and twist it, yes. Twist his dick. Oh, wow! I didn't expect that punch. Alright, let's see. Nope. Did I hit him when his arm was blocking the way? I feel like I hit him while his hand was blocking the way. Oh my god. Hey Velu. I think the backpack is the answer. Could be. Maybe it's just a hand. What if I shoot the other? Wait, no. Are you gonna shoot at me? How are you doing, Velu? Hope you're doing well. What are you doing? Bro. Why are you following me? What are you doing? What are you... What? Nope. Yep, there's nothing I could... Fuck! That was the stupid answer! What the flying fuck? It was just him ramming me! Are you kidding me? So I had to wait it out! That's a fucking shitty ass window! I swear to god, that's a shitty ass fucking window. Oh my god. Ramming is always the answer, yeah. Are you what? Bro? Come on. There you go. That means I had to be near him then. In order for him to ram me. Oh shit! We did it! Yeah, that's right, bitch! Come to mommy! Or daddy! I tits anyway. Mommy! Come to mommy! This fucking baby. Holy fuck. Time to sticky bomb jump? No way, man. Yeah, go fuck yourself, you evil baby. Ever wonder how this game is Twitch friendly? This game is so Twitch friendly, am I right? Hey 69 mate. Forbidden smoothie. Am I becoming a fucking tree? Wait, what? Give me that shit. Give me that shit, good boy. Alright, please don't fucking come alive again. If you fucking come alive again, I'll fucking... I don't know, alright? I don't know what to do if you come alive again. Don't fucking come alive. I swear to God. If you fucking come alive, I'm gonna fucking... No, you fucking hit! No! Fight him again! Oh my fucking God, bro. I have a grenade launcher, but what's this fight now? Show me the baby. Wait, hold on. Can I move this to like different fucking whatever it is? I can't, it's stuck. Oh shit, okay. Holy shit, that's... Okay, that's one. What? That's it? Is that really it? What? That's it? Okay. That's easier than the other one. What? That's easier than the other one. Eat the fetus? Ah, yes, eat the fetus. These stupid fucking faders. Look at that leg. Does he have a grenade launcher? Yeah, I now have a grenade launcher. That's about it. That's what Tom Cruise does. Thank you, Tom Cruise. Oh my God, am I losing health right now? What? Oh. Are you fucking kidding me? Am I supposed to go down and cut my fucking hand? Or what? No. I mean, I technically know what to do. The problem is that, like, there's this one machine right here. I don't know what this machine does. Maybe I'm supposed to cut my own arm or something later on. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Are you kidding me? This game's harder than my cock. Oh my God, please don't die right now. This guy's about to die. I can't even use my hand here. What? Okay. Has AJ back? No. Oh my God, dude. No, no, do not fucking fuck me with the health. What? Go clean your hand, gain the root. What? So you're telling me that I'm supposed to cut my hand anyways, but I had to cut the roots out. by doing something. Huh. Wow! Wow! Yo, 10 viewers for 24 hours? Wow! Looks like I'm getting better views for God knows how many hours I've been streaming, dumb fuck. Sign me up! Hold on. I don't remember where to go. This way. That bot does it offline as well, which is like kind of fucking weird. Where? Ooh. I'm gonna die. I'm dead! Fuck! Okay. I can now use it somewhere. I was about to use it for the health and I didn't realize that I could use it. I was like, yeah. I'll show you where to use it on your fucking dick. That dick. This! Gonna use it on this! Okay, give me a sec. I'm just gonna do it again. You can't heal? Okay. Oh my god, I'm back. Huh. Okay, wait, hold on. Oh! Oh, I think I know where to go now. Oh, if it's time, then I think I know where to go now. But I think I'm probably gonna die again. Yeah, I'm gonna die again. Okay. I can't believe you can't heal. Try healing before. I can't heal now. Yeah, I can't heal now. Yeah, I can't heal now, which is a stupid thing. Later on. Just getting to suck my cock. Fucking kidding me. Yeah, I got no heals. Okay, give me a sec. Can I still go back and get the heals here? Okay, so I guess it's a time thing. Okay. What? I healed! It was... What? That's bull. That's bull. I was healing. Bro, that's bull. Actual bullshit. You OD on... Yeah, OD'd on heals. That's what it was. I OD'd on heals. Okay. What the fuck?
Can't wait to see you run this game on GDQ hotfix.
Bruh! Is this even allowed? Is this even allowed on GDQ hotfix? I don't think so. I'll give it 100 bits. Yes? Yeah, you have a fucking dying baby, of course. Okay, it's for that door. I can't use it on here. The pro-abortion? Wow. This is worse than a remothered dog. I don't think it's worse than a remothered dog at all. Wait, okay. What the fuck is this thing? Quickly to that fucking thing that I need to use. The fuck is this? Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? What? Am I doing fucking surgery to myself now? What the fuck is this? Oh my god, okay, hold on. I guess I'm supposed to like take this out. No. Aim for the cock. Ah, yes. I'm gonna aim for the cock. Hold on. I don't know what I'm aiming for. What? Huh? Oh. Oh, wow. You. What the fuck? okay. Is that place? Oh wait, no, I was about to say, is that place like fucking blocked off now? It is blocked off! What the fuck? Oh man, okay, cool. Yeah, because, you know, nice nipple rings. Anyways, because you got fucked by some alien creature like in the earlier part of the game, and then yeah, it is what it is. Damn, this is the long way out as well. Or the long way in, sorry, the long way in. Because you have to go all the way back to put the fucking vial. Oh no, his weak penis, man. His penis all limped up and weird. Isn't weak penis man your superhero? Shut the fuck up! No, it's not. Small penis? Yep, true. Confusing micro dick? Oh no. Is that a human being? Is that an actual human? Like, right in front of me? Okay, it's not. At least it's not. I think you should see a doctor. I think, very true. Thanks, Frank, for Fonzie. This is sucking up all the. True. Yeah, can you stop spilling your guts? Thank you. Stop doing that right now, you idiot. Okay. There you go. Put into that fucking pregnant woman. That preggers woman. There you go. Suck it in. Suck your dad. What? Okay. Oh no, I'm gonna be on the fucking thing now. Eee, disgusting, yeah. Don't like it. My penis! It's sucking my penis! What the fuck? No! Dude's sucking my penis! I'm getting the suck now! Oh my god. Dude, that's a penis pump! Dude, literally penis pump. What the fuck? A dumb dude. No shit. I got attached. The flashback is coming. This is not GDQ hotfix safe. Yeah, you got the fucking penis sucking as well. Now we got the penis sucking. Now it's totally not safe. Oh shit. We're kind of revitalized, I guess. Oh no, but I'm a pregnant guy. Oh no, I'm a pregnant guy now. Oh my fucking god, I'm preggers. Are you serious? Because something pumped into my penis, now I'm preggers. What? That's me. Hey yo. What's up, my other preggers person? MTF. Switch? Wait, what? Switch? What do you mean by switch? Switch? Oh! Oh, you can switch. Oh. Oh, bro. Okay. I guess that's how it is. Make them fuck. Hey yo baby, do you wanna fuck? You wanna fuck? Yo baby, do you wanna fuck this pussy? Yes daddy. I wanna fuck that pussy. Give me a second. Look at that pussy. Hey this. Okay, hold on. Let me actually get the other ones. Nope, nopers. Oh damn! I tried my best. Oh, that thing opens up. Okay, hold on. It's just slow. Are you fucking serious? Wait, how slow it is? How slow is this? Wait. It's quite slow. What the fuck? Hold on. Am I supposed to wait? What? Hold on. I rated you, but rate fell apart. What? Thanks for the rate, Dizzy. Hope you are well. Uh-oh. Ouch. Whoopsies. Damn, he got a fucking weird ass fucking inwards penis. This guy got an inwards penis. Like, what the fuck? the penis is like went inside himself, inside the body. They just pushed it in. Wait, am I supposed to bring him to, like, here? Wait, hold on. Am I supposed to bring him here? Hold on. Give me a sec. 69 yourself? I'm not gonna 69 myself. Look. Look at this weird penis. Oh wait, the penis. See the weird penis. The weird penis right there. It's so weird. He doesn't have balls, but like he just has a fucking inwards penis. Hold on. Okay, so I guess I'm supposed to go. Yeah, I guess I'm supposed to go like right here. Is that sex? That is sex! Bro, in my video game? Bro, why do you have sex in my video game? Oh, there you go. There is that. Sex in my video game, bro. Aim for the raid. Yeah, that thing's not needed in GDQ, that's for sure. Literally just showed the depiction of sex. How dare it? In my game, sex? Stop stabbing yourself. Stop stabbing yourself. Stop stabbing yourself. Not even sure you can submit this to ESA. I don't think you can as well. This game is unsubmittable to anywhere, even though if someone wants to speedrun this game. Oh no, it's back. It's back. Fuck. Why are you back? Oh my god, bro. I died. I died. You die at the end of the game anyways. Hey Richard, the game's shit. You came at the end of the game. You die anyways. The game's shit. The gameplay okay. The gameplay is shit. The whole environment and atmosphere, like right now the graphics of this game is actually really good. Like, it's really good. The gameplay is just shit. I'm not gonna show this on GDQ ever. Because 1, there's crushing babies, like literal crushing babies. 2, there's sex. 3, there's a penis pump in this game. 4, you're gonna find clits in this game. There's a lot more. Well, I'm not gonna talk about what it is anyway. No, it's not baby juice. There's a statue that shows doggy style. There's a statue that shows doggy style in the game. Look, it's a plant now. Yeah, there's sex. The doggy style statue. Why? Yeah, only if you stare at it, I was like, what the fuck? It's inspired by H.R. Geiger. True. The fuck is this game? I don't know. This game is this game. This game is this game. It should have been a short movie. I like how I spent like 5 hours in this game. You could always spend like, God knows, 6-8 hours. 6 to 8 hours in this game, that's for sure. Smile. That was... Yeah, that was the end. So... At the end of the game, you become a plant, and that's about it. So the whole journey was that you become a nightmare. It's like a fucking... I don't know. You start off as a human. You ended off as a tree in a fucking nightmare dream kind of game thing. World, whatever it is. It's cool. The game atmosphere... The environment, it's cool. The gameplay, however, felt too boring. It felt too boring for me. it felt super weird, very gory, which still alright. I don't mind how gory it is. The problem for this game is that it's just too... The other thing is that, yeah, the gameplay wise, it's too cryptic. Like, you don't know what to do until, like, someone tells you what to do. Like, if I were to go into the stream and see someone actually struggling at, like, the first part of the game for, like, hours... Is not... Dude, the first part with the whole crane thing, it's literally super fucking cryptic. Like, you do not know what to do in the crane game, the crane thing, until you go forward, and then you probably do know sooner or later what to do. Like, the crane thing was the most confusing fucking thing I've ever seen in the start of the game that doesn't tell you anything. And then slowly progressing into the game, at least they show you, like, what fucking things to look at. Yeah, SCORN was released and I fucking hated it. Like a puzzle. Yeah, it's a puzzle. It's a crane game puzzle. Like, they never tell you anything. They show you like a big fucking environmental area. You have to go upstairs. What happened at the end? You become a fucking tree. That's it. You just become a fucking tree because H.R. Geiger. I would show you like what it is in the beginning of the game anyways. I don't even... Oh, fuck me. I started a new game. Whatever. Show the beginning of the game. I'll show you the beginning of the game. We all decompose and become trees at some point. Yeah. But this is like H.R. Geiger tree. I wish you can skip the cutscenes, that's the thing. Like, I feel like skipping the cutscene would be actually better. So this is like a whole fucking cycle of like, you know, the game. You start the new game, and then you fucking do all this shit. Also, I hate that one puzzle where you have to turn the fucking dials like way too many fucking times so that you could light all of them up. That's like the worst fucking puzzle to ever put in a game. I don't like it. Record my run. I'm not gonna record my run. I'm gonna show you the beginning of the game and then that's about it because I don't know how to do the fucking light puzzle. The light puzzle is like shit. The light puzzle is like the worst shit I've ever seen in puzzling. And that took me like super fucking long. Not even the fucking whatever it was. The insertion mini game. That was like okay, it's all right. Just be smart. Jesus Christ. Okay. This is literally the start of the game. So you see this door. It's like, yeah, okay, what do you do with this door? You want to press this door? Oh, nothing, because it's like, fuck all. So you go into this fucking place, right? Here's the thing. Wow. Ooh la la! Ooh la la! Damn, bro, another bot. This is 2 bots. Okay, hold on. Give me a sec. Is there any mods here? If there's no mods, then whatever. We followers. We followers. And there we go. We got the bot. Okay, see? So it shows you this. It shows you this fucking area right here, right? See? You look at this area and you think to yourself, what the fuck is going on? So you walk around this stupid fucking area. You even got this thing as well. Like, you don't even know what the fuck this thing is. You look at this fucking area. Look! You can buy through that, Duo? True. It brings you this... It brings you in this, like, weird fucking area. I think it closes you up because... I bought us all. Yeah, I bought you guys. Yes, you guys are my bots, of course. Because it closes you in. No!
Use this to buy some followers.
I'm not gonna buy some followers. There. Thank you for the 1 bit. Gamers Games. What the fuck? 80%? Are you kidding me? This game sucks ass. I don't know why. Maybe because they think that the fucking graphics is great. And I was like, yeah, cool. Graphics is great. That's about it. So yeah, it brings you into this area anyways. So yeah, you kind of know what to do at the start. Like this start over here, you definitely know what to do. Because it just shows you like these kind of stuff. It's cryptic, yes, but like it's not as cryptic as it is at the moment. I kind of love cryptic games. Oh, actually. This door is gonna close on me anyways, so there. See, you get into this area, it's like, yeah, cool, what does it do? It's pretty fucking interesting, right? And you go around this area thinking to yourself like, yo, what the fuck is all of this? Hold on. And then you see this fucking puzzle. I swear to God, this fucking puzzle is the one that like, it would trip like fucking God knows how many fucking people. Because it's a stupid fucking crane puzzle. And like, what the fuck? It's a crane puzzle. That shit's a crane puzzle. Look! Look! What do you expect? What do you do? What do you do here? It's like, what the fuck is this? Oh, crane puzzle, but which one? Like, it's just so fucking, like, dumb and weird. I don't know. Explore every part of the map before doing it. Yeah, you do, but I spent like a fucking hour in that first part of the game because literally the first part of the game doesn't tell you anything at all. It's just literally telling you, hey, yo, just, like, yeah, I brute forced it. That's why I didn't get the first fucking achievement. I didn't even get the first fucking achievement at all. I don't even know what the first fucking achievement is. I don't have it. Oh wait, hold on. What the fuck? Did it close on me? Oh god. My cool. Give me a sec. Where's my source? Yeah, where the fuck's my source on this thing? Oh, my source is right here. Why is it right here? Anyways. There we go. Game finally over. Yeah, it finally ended. This game finally ended. But hold on. There. If I were to show you guys this. What the fuck? There. See, I don't have the first achievement because what did I do? I fucking brute forced the fucking puzzle anyways. I don't have the first achievement out of everything. What the fuck? But yeah, the game finally ended. I didn't like the game. I don't know. I just didn't like the game at all. You hit your head with the wall constantly instead of using the door. True. But yeah, it's like one of those games where I'm like, it's super cryptic. They never tell you what to do. If you don't know how to do puzzles, then good luck to you. Like, legit. If you didn't like the game, try to write a negative Steam review. True. I could do that, honestly. It's like too cryptic. Didn't like it at all. Even the shotgun thing. Like, the shotgun thing was like super cryptic as well. Like, I didn't really know whether, like, I didn't know that I had bullets until like I reloaded them and I was like, huh. 4 hours, 38 minutes of the fucking playthrough. Nice. Shit, but pretty. Yes. Anyways, yeah, I think that's about it for me tonight. Because tonight I was supposed to play SCORN, and that's about it. Also, in the next 3 minutes, it's my fucking birthday. So what do I do for the next 3 minutes? Do I end stream in the next 3 minutes or just like fucking wait it out until my birthday? You know? Copium. Birthday. Yeah, my birthday's in the next. Yeah, my birthday is the next fucking 3 minutes. So whatever. Happy birthday. Happy birthday! Jesus Christ. Stop! Stop, guys. Stop. Okay.
Counter-Strike community was shocked.
Whoa, 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 whoa! Counter-Strike community, pretty fucking poggers. Anyways, do I just wait it out? Anyways, wait it out until like the fucking thing's over. I mean, fucking things are here and whatnot. Omega lol. Yeah, but yeah. Anyways, thank you for the birthday wishes. Tomorrow, no, tomorrow. In the next, actually 2 minutes. Yeah, 2 minutes. I actually turned 24. So, 24. Cool. I'm 24. Yeah. Anyways, thank you guys for sticking by. I will see you guys. Let me see who I can rate. Everyone's playing SCORN. That's pretty cool. Everyone's playing shit ass SCORN. Who's the one that hold on, let me see about people who are playing SCORN at the moment. No more SCORN. No more SCORN. I'm old. I'm fucking 24. I'm old now. Copium. Anyways. Do I just host it to someone who's playing SCORN as well? Huh. Hello, Snowy. You came to the end of the stream as well. Feels bad. You came into the end of the stream. Rejoice Pain. Fuck it. I'm just gonna host it out to Lexa, I guess. There's no one I could actually see. Shred's birthday on Twitch and see anyone shares your birthday. Dude, my birthday is like legit right now anyways. It's 15th of October, not 14th of October. I don't think someone's I don't think some Australian is streaming right now who has birthday. Do you think there's someone who's like birthday? Birthday. There's no birthday tag? What the fuck? Oh wait, there is a birthday tag. Yo! Actually, there's like a few people who have like the birthday tag on. Like, what the fuck? Interesting. Happy birthday is the rate message, right? I mean, you can always say happy birthday to me because it's already like fucking, you know, one birthday in 1 minute. Birthday now. Duh, you can, oh wait, you can see birthday now. Yeah, it's my birthday. Now people are just gonna spam me because my birthday today. Richard with the 5 what the fuck? Birthday now. Jesus Christ. Now I had to listen to all of this while fucking searching us. Yeah, I'm just gonna host it out to Lexa. Anyways, thank you guys for thinking about it. I will see you guys. If you wanna just go with the raid message, I guess. There. Oh god, no! Hold on. Do it. I don't know. Just do this, I guess. I don't know. Just do this. There you go. I don't know. I don't know. Just fucking. I don't know. I'm hosting it to Larsa anyway, so yeah. I'm just gonna wait for this to end. Thank you for the gifted sub to Joyboy, Labo, J-Bro, Zoom, and Bumble. Anyway, thank you guys for sticking by. I will see you guys on Monday, I think. Yeah, I'm gonna see you guys on Monday with another horror game, which is, I think, what's that game called? Alan Wake. Yeah, I'm gonna be playing Alan Wake. So yeah, thank you guys for sticking by. I will see you guys. Take care. Love you. See you. Bye.